Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, whatever. I want to see if that counts as my 7th day. Nope. I thought I could become an affiliate right now, but no. I guess after this one. What? Have a good one. No, I'm gonna go on a panel show. Or have a good. What one are you referring to when you say have a good one? Yeah, I figured. Refresh. I did refresh.
You need to be like assertive.
Dominant.
You know? No, just assertive. You know, be like, just talk. Don't be shy.
No, I'm sure if I'll be quiet, people will let me talk and wait their turn. That sounds like something that would happen.
Totally. Haha.
Oh, come on.
Hello,
No,
Gambit
people.
and Mr. Girl.
People are not nice around these parts. It's true. It's easily one of the more toxic communities I've interacted
Oh
with
my
for sure.
god.
Hello.
How did I wander in here? I thought everyone was nice.
Yeah.
I gotta get my frog thing working. Give me a sec.
Yeah, can you tell me about the frog thing?
What do you mean?
Why?
I like frogs.
That's not a
actually-
good enough answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I like frogs, but also, I think, especially when I first got on, like, started doing Twitch shit, because I've been on Discord for like 5 years, right, in the politics server. When I got onto Twitch, I think a lot of people assumed that I was like a Nazi or some shit. So
Yeah.
I figured I'd lean into the Pepe thing. Why not? You know.
Oh, I did not get that at all. But I'm not an internet person.
All right, I'm gonna mute that. So it's we'll just wait backstage. Save Shaylin. Indeed. This is Shaylin. This is my girlfriend, the designer of the shirt. This is the only shirt that she has created entirely on her own, I think. The others are all based on like something that happened in the stream. This is the only one she was just like, I want to make a Save Shaylin shirt. And I said, you know what, babe? You do that.
Speak. Okay.
Hi, Gambit.
How's it going?
Do you remember me?
Of course I do. We had a wonderful conversation in the mid.
From me. Save Shaylin from me. That's the meaning of the shirt. She is, yeah. She's asking for help. One shirt at a time. Save Shaylin. Why does my merch take forever to ship? I don't know. Wait, what merch? If you're talking about CDs, they're not here yet. I ordered them, and I'm waiting for them to get here. If you're talking about other merch, I don't know. I remember iHypocrite. Yeah, I'm sure we'll run into each other again. You know what? I just started intermittent fasting. It's good if you can handle it. It's like I find it easier to just not eat in the morning and then have like 2 meals. I don't talk about my looks or body with the audience generally, so I'm not gonna answer those questions or comments or requests, flex requests, tank top requests. I didn't talk to Lauren Southern today. We delayed our plans. basically I want to interview her, and then. Oh, nice. Okay, okay. I think we're going on now. Okay, let me see here.
Wow, your good faith is
I
fantastic.
actually ate a bug.
Okay, I'm sure.
And this is for you, Gambit.
Oh my god, I hate you so much, man.
Get this going.
Hey, okay, well, I'll work this out. We'll work this out. Pisco,
I guess I should.
where are you at?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My system just like totally messed up, so I'm on my phone for audio, but I'll be in 1 second.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah. Good luck at the
Destiny-
gym.
Have any of you seen? Oh, go ahead.
Is this
No,
batteries?
Destiny
I
was
guess
saying
I
he
like
didn't
it
know we
because
started.
it keeps them from
I
falling
guess he
on my
thought we were
ears.
gonna start at 9.
Have any of you seen the new Matrix movie?
Everyone told me not to go see it.
I'll try my
You should
best to
not.
win. I'm gonna stay
Just-
muted till
your
we're
headcanon
talking.
should be that it ended with Revolution, even though Revolution was kind of shit.
Oh,
The
Prime.
headcanon should be that they never made another one. It's over.
Oh
Are you
yeah, do
gonna
we have any
debate
opposition
Prime now?
research?
'Cause
Is there?
he
I don't
liked
know
it.
who these people are. Is there any shit I should worry about here? Tell me
You
about each
liked
person.
it? How?
I
What
did
the
like
fuck?
it. I loved it. I
Okay.
thought it was really good. In fact,
The last shred of respect I had is fucking.
I didn't think it was super
Lower them a
amazing.
bit.
I thought, and without
okay.
giving any spoilers away, because I don't do that. And before
All right, how's
I say
that?
hey, we're at level 1 hype
can
train.
move this a
Level 1
little.
hype train, because of some kind
A little
people,
closer?
for Vasily Siris, for Multiply Plata, who for resubbing with your Prime Gaming, and Problematic Pan. We're at level 1 hype train. Let's see if we can get to a level 2 hype train. Sub. Give
Okay.
bits, give
And I
subs if
can
you're enjoying the
increase
content,
myself
which
a
I
little
think
bit.
none of
Yeah. Okay, how's that?
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's there.
GSU
Normally I
hates cuties.
Encourage you guys to support Prime, but I
Whoa.
can't after the dog shit Matrix sake. Like,
It's not cool.
Which part of the movie could you possibly like? Like what? What?
Wait, what movie are we talking about?
The
we're
Matrix,
talking.
the new one.
Gambit doesn't like me. Okay, which one's
Yeah,
which
we're
one of these
talking about,
motherfuckers is Gambit?
Matrix Evolutions. I liked it.
Wait, who's Gambit?
I thought the Act 1 was weak.
Oh, I see. I
There's
see.
A lot of
The guy with the URL.
self-referential nonsense there.
URL for a
I just
username.
wanted that to end. Act 2,
I think we're starting out with
a lot
is
stronger.
prejudice
I think
ever
the point of the plot
okay
was
or
confusing
necessary,
as
something
to,
like, or understandable?
why everything was happening, right? But still, I mean,
The pizza strategy? Yeah.
It was pretty good. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't begin to even express how much this disappoints me.
Scooby, Prime stuck by you through all of your shitty takes, and now
I
you're
have
just
no
throwing him under. That's a lie. I've discussed a few of your
Not a
takes.
single shit. Yeah, and
Mostly
I destroyed
conservative
those
views.
conversations.
Prime, do you not think that
I don't think that's what happened.
do you not think that the characters were like pretty shittily done? Like they felt like
Okay,
pretty shallow,
Testicle
weren't they?
Johnson, thank you. These are the
well,
flashcards that I need.
I mean, I think that might be a little bit fair. I think the characterization was could have been better. So
I feel like the story had like.
Oh,
a
I'm
lot of
glad you
problems,
liked the
too.
stream.
Like,
I'll be
it started
posting it
off
on
a little bit
YouTube
iffy,
soon
and I kind of
for
saw where they
people
wanted
who
to go
want
with
a
it, but I feel
slightly
like they
more
didn't actually
edited
accomplish
version.
what their goal was. In terms of like trying to be, like self-referential
Chewbacca
and building on the
defense.
original
What's
concept
that?
and everything, you know.
Wait, are we gonna let Mr. Girl talk to his chat instead of us? I don't like that.
All right.
I haven't seen the movie,
Actually-
though. I don't even know. On my bad.
I want him to
All right. Here, hey
No,
guys.
So the self-referential stuff is fine, but it felt like it referred to the previous movies in a way that like demeaned them, and actively like sucked the goodness out of them, and then replaced it with like just absolute like dog shit. Like every part, it felt like because only one of the Wachowski sisters worked on this one, right? And it felt like the brains is the one that like stood out.
sorry, what?
I said only one of the Wachowski sisters worked on this movie,
Uh-huh,
right?
yeah.
And it felt like the one with the brain stood out a bit, right? Because they tried some of the, because the original Matrix trilogy was full of like philosophy nerd shit, like entry level philosophy shit, but it was pretty interesting, right? For like layman people, I think. This one tried to do that, but it felt like they were trying to do that with someone who just didn't have the capability to engage with the topics at all. So it actually like demeaned the original movies.
Okay. So why don't we just get started? We'll get cracking here, and I'll ignore all this. Hey guys, we have.
Wait, we'll get what here?
We'll get started.
We can't say that. I have a bad track record.
We can't.
We're gonna get C wording.
We're gonna get into it.
Well, did I say? Did I?
Oh, it's just such a normal part of your vocabulary.
Clearly uses it in private, so. Great start. Great stuff.
Yeah. Oh boy. Any which way, how about the hype train right now? Thank you for the Prime sub, artificially free. So we can get to level 2 hype train. But we're gonna get started here on this panel. I'm really excited for the people that we have available. All right, this is gonna be a little different. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we do Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern, right? If you watch us on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe, and consider hitting that join button, becoming a member, and supporting the channel that way as well. Okay, I'm going to introduce all these amazing individuals, and we'll go from there. So at the top, number one is Katie. Katie, hey Katie, who was here before. Hey, Katie, thank you for coming through. People are talking about your cat's butt. Katie, thank you for being back. We had a really good time on the New Year's, right? And you're back with us. Katie, tell us about yourself.
I exist. I have a cat. She's going to periodically join the camera area and make noise with her little bell, and I'm going to push her away. And that's all you need to know about me.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Next, we'll go to Blay, who's here. Hey, hi, Dylan Blay. We haven't had you here for a little bit, I think, right? But we always enjoy you. So thank you for coming through. Blay, tell us about yourself.
Yeah. Well, it's great to be here with all these wonderful people tonight, and thanks for having me back. Very much appreciated. I'm Dylan. You can find me on Spotify and YouTube, I guess, and I guess I'm just excited to be here. Got some really interesting stuff going on, so thanks to everybody for having me and being here, seeing all you lovely faces.
Okay. There's another person there, but they're not around. Moving on. It's a nobody, so don't worry about it. We'll go to Fawn, who is one of my favorite people. So happy she's around. Thank you for being here. We haven't talked in quite a bit, and you have. I mean, you've gone through it. Yeah. So, Fawn, right? Thanks for. I mean, what's it like being a rebel? Fighting the man. How was that?
Oh my god! Thank you for having me again, Prime. Sorry, I just fucked up my camera. Hi, yes. My name is Fawn. Well, it's not, but anyways. I am from New Zealand, and I just like coming on these kooky little shows, you know. Although I honestly, I've been a little bit out of the loop. Well, first of all, I got my first ban last year. And then a subsequent unban, thank you Twitch. But yeah, that was and that was from being in the Twitch politosphere. So you guys are trouble. And I've actually been really out of the loop with the current discourse that is happening, because I've been taking a week off just for like holidays and stuff. So I don't know what's going on, so I'm here to try to catch up, basically. Thank you for having me again, Prime.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, you'll find out soon enough. All right, moving on. We have we'll have GSU Gambit, a longtime member of this community, here with us, right? With the great takes as always. GSU, tell us about yourself.
Yo, I've been doing good, man. Well, actually, I'm lying. Almost everyone around me has caught either Delta or Omicron. So actually, my New Year's was pretty bad because the 2 parties I was supposed to go to, everybody ended up with COVID. But yeah, outside of that, I've been pretty good. I've been trying to keep up with some of the latest Twitch shenanigans. Pretty sure we'll get into that soon. But no, I've generally been great. For everybody I haven't met, good to meet you. What's up, Destiny? What's up, Doobie? And what's up, Katie? And Pisco.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we have Doobie there at the bottom. Oh, I mean, actually, he can't hear us. Let me pull him back in. Hey, Doobie, it is your turn. Doobie, our Dark Lord of Savior, is back with us. Doobie, tell the world about yourself.
Yeah, I am Doobie. I help run the best and biggest politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, and I'm very, very happy to be here.
Okay, thank you. We have a brand new individual to Reverie, right? We have a mrgirl, which is a fascinating name.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's nice to meet you. This is literally my first time like seeing your face.
Oh, well, nice to meet you too. It's a pleasure to be here. I feel that I'm new to the Twitch community, but I feel like we've gotten to know a lot about each other in a short amount of time, and it's just great to be here.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is Pisco. Pisco. Oh my God, Pisco. This guy, one of our original supporters, one of our original chatters. And honestly, one of the very best, right? He is back with us, right? To make things extremely exciting. Pisco, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. A little bit sort of impromptu setup, but thanks so much for having me.
Okay, thank you. And then Jane Palms gifts 1,000 bits saying Team Pisco. All right, I think we're all there too. Thank you, NJ Palms. Last but not least, we have Destiny. Stephen Bonnell is with us once again. It's been a while, been a minute, but he's here. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great. Looking forward to shouting at people today.
All right, awesome. Exactly the attitude I want to see. All right, let's get into it. And wow, we're starting a lot earlier than we usually do. It usually takes us a lot longer to get our fucking nats together. So this is very surprising. All right. So we're gonna be. So I had given my guest 3 topics, right? And I told him we'd do 2 of them. So we're going to do topics 2 and 3. So just so you know, topic 2, the first one. Throughout the world, there are communities in conflict with each other. This could include Black Americans and the police, Indians and Pakistanis, or Israelis and Palestinians, to name a few. Their troubled history can span centuries, and in that time, a lot of hatred builds up. But is it ever justifiable that one community entertains prejudiced notions against another? After decades of demonstrated bad behavior by a group, is it understandable that some would feel uncomfortable around them, at the very least? And if so, what are the implications for racial and ethnic relations across the globe? So yeah, the question is exactly what it sounds like. Is it ever right to be prejudiced to another group? Does that ever make sense? Is it ever understandable? Or is that just morally completely wrong and there's no logical reason why a person would do that? So we'll do opening statements for this, and then we'll get cracking. Let's go.
We can't say that anymore.
Katie, please.
So you said, is it right? And then you said it's understandable. Of course it is. People do dumb, unreasonable, and illogical, immoral stuff all the time. It's not a good idea. It's not helpful, but humans have a stupid tendency to divide into groups and categorize quickly because that's just what we do. It's not good and it's not helpful, but it's absolutely understandable. Like if somebody hurts you, it's very normal to then assume that a lot of people that look like that person might hurt you as well. It's not very smart though.
Okay. Dylan.
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to come out here with a crazy take that's somewhat similar to Katie's. By that I mean it's not radical at all, but I will say that some dynamics between groups can be understandable, and as we know, prejudice against certain groups exists, no matter what. However, when we're talking about whether, on a moral standpoint, whether it's justifiable, for the most part, it's really not. It's pretty immoral to not judge individuals at the individual level, especially when we're dividing them into mutable characteristic groups, which I think is really problematic. So I will say that it's understandable, but of course, it's not morally correct.
Destiny.
Yeah, exactly the same. Is there anybody that's going to disagree with this take? I'm so curious. Who's going to be the brave one that's like, you know what? I think actually, if you have a lot of bad experience in the group, you can be racist towards them.
Mr. Girl. All right, you go next then.
Oh, I was just saying. I was trying to build up anticipation. You want me to just do it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I guess my take is that there's an overlap between these two. That it's not just that, like, we know prejudice is wrong, so we don't have it. Or if we know it's wrong, then we won't have it. Or then we won't be able to act on it. Or acting on it is wrong, but having it is understandable. I feel like there's it's like a spectrum. So it reminds me of an argument I got in with this black professor, black studies professor. Where we argued for half an hour about whether it's true that it's safer if you cross the street when you see a black person coming. As opposed to, if there's a white person on one side and a black person on the other side, is it safer, are you safer from the likelihood of crime happening to you if you cross the street to go on the same side as a white person? So my argument was, statistically, obviously that's true, but it's also immoral to do that. So you have to do this dance of, like, how much are you going to allow statistical knowledge of a group's behavior affect how you view one person in that group? And I think that choice between safety and morality is kind of the conflict that there always is with this topic.
Okay. Fine.
Surface level, yes. Statistically, if you're looking at the statistics and having no further information either other than statistically, black people are imprisoned and commit more crime than white people in America, right? So, but that is ignoring the entire nuance behind exactly why that is.
Well, if someone's going to mug you, it doesn't matter why they're going to mug. Like, when it comes to a raw self-protective moment, it's like birds learning not to eat, like, certain frogs. Like that. If it's pure self-protection, which is the hypothetical, which are you safer doing? It's not which are you more racist doing. You're more racist if you cross the street. But what keeps you safer? And a lot of times, prejudice and racism.
So we are still in opening statements. You can respond to her as soon as we're done. All right, Mr. Girl.
Well, you let her respond to me, but okay, whatever.
But no.
I believe you were done. Next. Sorry, if you were not finished.
Well, your statement was a response to my statement, but.
Yeah, I know. But this is still opening statements.
Yeah, I know. You totally should have stopped her. I understand.
Totally.
I completely agree. I completely agree. That was super out of line.
Okay. Well, I just believe that the reason why my opening statement was skipped, because I totally agree with basically the first thing that Kate said was that's exactly how I feel. But yes, I would also say that, building on this circumstance, I would probably cross the road if it was dark and at night, and if there was a man walking towards me.
I was going to give that example.
Yeah. I would probably do that. If there was a woman walking towards me, I might not cross the road. If there was a man walking towards me, I probably would. So I'm not saying that it is like I wouldn't say like, oh, then that means that I'm sexist. I don't think that crossing the road because you see someone coming at you as a potential threat is necessarily racist.
Prime,
But,
since
if
this
you're
is
saying-
continuously a response to what I said, am I
Don't
allowed
worry,
to push back?
You will. I promise you. You're going to be able to when we get to you.
I know, but why are you letting? Why is she allowed to respond to me, but I'm not allowed to respond to her? I guess
Sometimes people respond to each other in the intros.
Oh well,
It's
the
fine.
next time I want to go fucking last.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
All right.
And when he goes last, I want to respond to him.
Okay.
Well, that's fine. Then we'll be in a place where we can both respond to each other.
Great.
Okay.
Fawn, are you
Yes,
done?
it was an opening statement. I was almost done, and then I got interrupted, so I felt like I needed to start again. So.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's go to GSU Gambit.
Yeah, so I'm from a pretty bad area. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with people having prejudice, and I want to explain this more. I think the examples that have been given are, I mean, people seem to be afraid to say them, but I don't think they should be. But so I think that if, like in the hood, we call it street smarts. You have to know where you are, and acting on that knowledge of knowing where you are, I don't think there's anything bad about it. For instance, I act differently around police in Atlanta than I do police in my hometown, and that's because sometimes these police officers have different ideologies, and they aren't actually your friends, right? And they're just trying to imprison black people in some cases. Not all police at all, not even most police, but in certain areas, we have to understand the ideologies around us. When I lived in Florida and I was around Trump rallies, I knew that this wasn't a place that I should frequent because of like the same amount of data that we would have to support some of the violence that happened in Florida. So I don't think there's anything wrong with prejudice. I think there is a problem if you never test your prejudice, though. So there are certain situations where I've been in where I want to see if my like innate feelings are going to be realized. And you could say in those cases, I put myself in somewhat of danger. But I think in order to update your internal model, that's smart to do. So there are times where I suspend my prejudice and I go into otherwise what I would see as risky situations to see how these things play out. And generally speaking, it doesn't play out negatively. I haven't had a chance where I was like testing something and it played out negatively. So I think it's okay to be prejudiced. I think if you're a person that never attempts to validate your prejudicial feelings against a group, then that's a bit bigoted, and that's maybe where it becomes more racist. But generally speaking, I don't think there's a problem with prejudice.
Okay. Why don't we go to Pisco next and to be last? Pisco.
Yeah, the art of human experience, of making rules, of giving advice, that is, in essence, discrimination. Of course, a balance needs to be struck. That's a fatuous and boring thing to say if one were to say that. The question entailed by this is, what is that balance and what should shape that balance? If you make a rule that says only people of a certain visual acuity are able to drive, you're discriminating against people who can't see as well. If you are casting a part for Scarlett O'Hara and you're only trying to cast from a group of people who are femme presenting, that is discriminatory. The question is, on what grounds and in what cases are those kinds of categories acceptable? I think, for the most part, categories on the basis of race, for instance, of oftentimes on religion, national origin, immigration status, most of the time don't make sense. I would never, for instance, justify a policy of arbitrary detention just because there's a history of a certain group in a given country doing terroristic acts, even notwithstanding some statistical proclivity of a given group, because the costs associated with doing so are so high. And so in this question, the interesting aspects are not sort of establishing that there is a balance to be struck, but what grounds do we generally consider discrimination to be unacceptable? On what grounds is discrimination acceptable?
Okay. Doobie.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we can all think of cases where racial prejudice has been used to build and fuel political movements. So pragmatically, it might be a justifiable way to get a politician into office if the political goals we intend to reach by getting that politician in office are important enough, right? So this could be a viable avenue. So I don't think it's reasonable to just throw it off the table entirely because we consider it immoral. Now, also, like, just on the Arab and Israeli thing, if an Arab Palestinian has spent their entire lives living under like brutal oppression by the Israeli ethno state, which has a law that explicitly outlines that the right to exercise national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people, that is in their law, is it wrong to harbor racial prejudice toward Israeli Jews? Would we tell that Palestinian that it's wrong to point at that group as a whole and say, hey, fuck you for doing this to me? And when we know that the vast majority of Jews, I think it's like 90% of Israeli Jews are Zionists and want this state to exist in some form, right? And we can pull up stats in New York right now and find that the people who commit around 90% of the rapes and murders in that state every year, going back decades, are Black and Hispanic. That is just the case, right? Whites and Asians combined account for less than 20% of that in a given year, right? So can we really fault a white woman alone in Central Park at night for, being a little more scared when she sees a Black guy walking toward her? And I think we can all agree that, like, we should try to avoid prejudice. We should try to avoid racial animosity, right? But when we have stats like this 90% stat in New York, or the fact of Israel's nation state laws, I think it's reasonable and I think it's justifiable for some people to protect themselves, to form political movements, to build support for an idea. I think latching onto that prejudice, being aware of that prejudice, and the reasons that prejudice exists, I think it's totally viable, and I don't think we should dismiss it outright because we might think it's moral.
All right, opening it up to the panel.
The problem, of course, what Doobie is saying is that he's, I think, suggesting that there's some legitimacy to enacting some public policy on behalf of mere statistical correlation between a given race and some kind of bad action. Is that what you're suggesting, that there's something policy-wise that we're able to glean from these stats?
I mean, in the case of like New York, right? Yeah, I think policy-wise, we could look at the stop and frisk program, right? Disproportionately, the Blacks and Hispanics were checked, but also these people are responsible for 90% of the rapes and murders in that state, right? So I think it might make sense to check those people more often if you're a cop who's looking for people who might be involved in that kind of activity.
So suppose that you had the opportunity and you were president of New York, the supreme overlord of New York. Do you think, for instance, it would make sense to have like a lower standard for arrest or for a search of someone merely because of their, racial background? That would make sense.
No, I don't think that would.
Why would it not make sense?
But I wouldn't fault a police officer, right?
But
double checking. Wait, hold on.
I'm asking about policy, and I
understand.
Why.
Well, I think there's policy in New York now that would say that there can't be any kind of racial prejudice in police searches, right? So if there's an indication that a cop is checking the person specifically because they're Black, or they're double checking this person because they're Black or because they're brown, right? This cop would get into trouble. I don't think that should be the case, given that 90% of these types of crime in New York are committed by this group, which is a very small minority within the state.
Right,
so I'll direct you to the question once more, which is, would you make a lower, on the basis of these statistics, would you make it a lower threshold? If you had control, you could change the law. There's a little thing called the Equal Protection Clause, but suppose you could change it. On the basis of those stats, wouldn't it make sense, using your logic, to lower the threshold for searches and arrests in the state of New York?
Yeah. That's why I brought up stop and frisk, right? Like I said, Blacks and
you're in favor of such a policy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the reality is what it is, right? 90% of these crimes are committed by Blacks and Hispanics in that state. So why would we be checking? Why should the cops be checking every Asian dude's pockets, right? Like this is where the problem is. So we go to where the problem is.
Answer the male question. So lower standards for searches and arrests for men across the board.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so Doobie, does this apply to like other demographics too that might be like predisposed to committing more crimes? And if so, like, are there certain metrics we can use for, like, say a poor person, because poor people disproportionately commit more crimes, right? And it just so happens to be the case that a lot of the time that you see these like minority demographics being poor, right? So if I saw a guy driving around a beater like Honda Civic from 1997, would that give me like, would that justify me being able to go and like search his car because, you know, disproportionately poor people commit more crime and he looks poor to me?
Well, no, but I mean, this is
well. Then why doesn't that apply with black people? So
this is kind of the reason that poor communities tend to have a greater police presence, right? Because that is where the crime is, and we understand that that's where the crime is. So because that's where the crime is and that's where the gangs are, we have more police patrolling up and down the street.
You said
no.
no.
Arrest more people in these communities. Right, so it's not just that this specific dude looks poor. It's that we know that there's an issue in these poor communities with crime and gangs and violence and drugs. So we go where the problem is. I don't really.
So we should basically pass policies that say, no, if you're poor and poor people commit more crime, we can't search you on that. But if you're black who commits more crimes, we can just, you know, be suspicious of you because you're black.
Like I said, I don't think we should say, oh, I'm suspicious of you because you're black. I don't think that should be the case. But if there's an indication that a cop specifically selected to stop and frisk a person because they're black and Hispanic, right? I think that's
why. I mean, you just said you'd be okay with a lower threshold for searches and arrests. Why shouldn't that threshold be if I just feel like it?
Yeah, not just that, but why does that apply to like poor people? Like if I see someone who looks poor to me. What's the difference between that and a black person?
Wait, hold on. I just told you this is currently what we do, right? So maybe it's not specifically outlined that because this area is poor and these people are poor, we're going to expect them to be committing more crimes. But we know that this is where the crime is, and this is why these communities tend to be quote unquote over policed.
Yeah, but we're talking about stop and frisk, right?
And the basis is not race. The basis there is crime level, and it's associated with race, but the basis is not race. It would be an unconstitutional thing for police to say, we have a policy of enforcing laws more strictly, openly against black people. You know, it would be hard to prove that, just so you know, but that's not the basis under which these searches and arrests and increased patrols are happening. And so what you're talking about is a correlation, and we're not sort of purposely, or at least the supposed reason is not to purposely search black people more.
Yeah, can I interject?
Katie, please.
I was just about to say this. So when you prompted this topic, Prime, I went and Googled prejudice. And the first thing that came up on Google was like preconceived notions without reason, something of the sort. I think when something is a statistical like variable, that's not having prejudice. If there's a statistical likelihood that men are assaulting women more than women assault women, me being wary about men, it's not me having a prejudice around men.
I think
it's
prejudice
reasonable.
I think the prejudice is when you project that awareness of the group onto an individual.
So what I was going to say is that that when those statistical occurrences happen, or when there are reasonable ways to assume something, we then extrapolate it to immutable characteristics. So to say that 90% of rapists are black and Hispanics in New York is a statistical, I assume it's correct, but that doesn't mean things about black or Hispanic people. Like Fawn said that earlier too. Like there are circumstances that lead to these things. The statistic is not that way because they're black. It's because there are circumstances that drive that statistic.
Mr. Girl's point is that you can't use this statistical data to say the person in front of you may be a person that may rape you, and that's where the prejudice actually does exist.
Well, I would say you can use it to do that. I think you can use it to do that, but I think that you're also doing something a bit immoral. So if somebody gives you a bowl of Skittles and says, hey, the yellow ones are 5 times more likely to kill you. But, you know, like you're not going to just take a big handful of them. The first thing you're going to do is sort out all the yellow ones. But that's because they're not people. So if you're doing that to people, then you have to balance it with like, well, how, like, if black people committed a murder every single day, all of them without fail, then I think we would all agree that it's like, okay, I guess we're going to start policing black people more severely, I guess, because it's 100%. And then I think more racist people are going to say, well, who fucking cares? Even if it's slightly more, then we should keep an eye on them and follow them around and stop and frisk them. And then more progressive people are going to say, you know what? They might commit more crimes. It might be a little more dangerous, but I'm willing to live with that in exchange for equality and freedom, because that's what I believe in.
So very quickly, I'm going to finish what I was going to say. So it's fine that there are statistics, and what individuals choose to do, if me and Fawn choose to go to the other side of the street because it's night and there's a dude there, that's individual choices. That does not mean that I would support policies that enforce then like segregating men and women to different sides of the streets. So individual choices are not the same as like policy making.
I mean, with a hiring decision by a private company, that would be a personal choice too, wouldn't it?
No.
Can I ask that question?
Hold on. Before you even get there, Kaden, I see your hand, Fawn. Before you even there, I see your hand, Doobie and GSU. Before you even get there, like those individual choices have consequences, right? So that's kind of where I wanted to go with this question. Maybe I just said a word clear enough for you. But like you're saying, oh yeah, it's an individual choice that I go to another side of the street. That one is like less. Like the consequences of that are pretty tiny. But like, what about there was that woman in Central Park who a black man approached her because she had her dog off a leash, right? Yeah, right.
So
and
I
she
agree
called
with
the
you,
cops,
right?
And she called the cops, right? And she said, he's threatening me, he's trying to kill me, right? That's the other side of that. So that's the prejudice. Having consequences that could have been deadly. He could have died.
So I agree with you.
Well, to be clear,
that's a more interesting part of that question.
But to be clear,
right?
so his behavior made what she did, I think, justifiable. Because he was acting like a fucking creep.
Okay, everyone can get
Did you read his Facebook post?
Wait, hold on, real quick. We shouldn't get into the specifics of the story because we're sidetracking. I understand what you're saying, though, Doobie. That guy was a creep. It was way different than how it's presented, but yeah. But
agreed.
Okay. So I agree with you that that's a much more interesting part to like focus on, but we went straight into like policy making, and that was the specific point, right? I'm much more interested in talking about the lady at the park than about whether stop and frisk was legitimate, because it wasn't.
I'm afraid it's not limited to policy decisions on a governmental level. Think about racial covenants, for instance, or the practice of racial discriminatory hiring. Those are actions that could be properly construed as like individual choices, but they're still subject to public scrutiny, and for us to criticize them and for us to really think about whether it's justified for private.
Sure, and that's a much more a gray area that we can discuss thoroughly. That is not on the same level as like New York deciding to make an official police policy to stop and frisk.
Perhaps
it's just not the same.
But we can't like just pretend just because it's a quote individual choice that somehow it's outside the realm of scrutiny.
Yeah,
no, and I'm not pretending to do that either. I think that lady in the park and a person in government doing choices that are making choices that are affecting people because they're prejudiced are different, but both can be discussed and both have moral implications.
I think the reason why we're trying to draw a parallel between these two is because it's kind of inconceivable that you would have a society where we said, okay, everybody is allowed to individually be racist, but we can't have any racist policies. I think that's like the disconnect. So even though they are fundamentally different actions, if you're selling that on an individual level, it is going to filter through either legislatively or at least to companies the decision.
So that is, I get that's how that sounds. I thought it was very clear from how I started that I don't think individuals should act in racist ways. I force myself to stay on the same side of the street when there's a guy at night because I don't want to act in that way, because I think it's not fair to the guy, even though I probably should cross the street. So I don't exempt individuals from making shitty, racist, or discriminatory choices, but it's also
you don't fault?
Not the same. What?
You don't fault people for racial discriminatory choices?
No. She says she don't.
Do. Sorry.
Okay, you do fault. Sorry, my bad.
Let's go to Fawn and GSU. Mr. Coach, do you have another previously? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So we'll go to all right then. We'll go to Fawn, Mr. Girl, GSU, Dylan.
I just wanted to quickly point out something that was mentioned in chat a while ago about the. I don't know if it has I think it has relevance. there's statistics from the FBI saying that nationally 67% of rapes are committed by white people.
So the
That's
reason
because
why
there's
we,
more
we
white
look at
people.
these stats, yeah, we have to look at the per capita basis. So for instance, let's say that like 50% of rapes were committed by one group, and there's 10 of those people, and then 50% of rapes were committed by another group, and there's 10 million of those people. Well, if there's only like 5 of those 10 million people committing rapes, but if there's 5 of the 10 people committing rapes, you're probably going to be more likely to be aware about those 5 of the 10. So even if the absolute percentage is bigger in one group, if the per capita or the relative is smaller, that's usually how people are making decisions. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, I just wanted to bring attention to that. I agree.
Yeah, white people are very bad, man. Just saying.
I mean, still, Destiny, you know that when we're talking about a per capita demographic, right, white people account for the majority of America still.
That's what you just said.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Girl, I'd cross the street if you were. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Girl, go ahead, please.
Okay. I think that you kind of have to make a decision here. I don't think you can be really hands off. If we're saying that police have the leeway to decide who to investigate based on how they feel. So if the police feels that you look suspicious or doing something suspicious, they can investigate you. And then there's prosecutorial discretion. The DA might feel like dropping your case. The judge might feel like sentencing you. The jury might feel a certain way about you. All of those steps can have prejudice or racism built into them. So it doesn't make too much sense to say you're okay with all of that, but you wouldn't be okay with just putting it in the law and saying, well, we should just investigate black people more. In a way, that would just be more honest and direct. And I think if you're not okay with people getting investigated or sentenced longer or charged more because they're black, then I do think you kind of have to do something to try to stop that.
Of course, that's a ridiculous and ignorant thing to say. We would not be, just because we have discretion someplace in the area of criminal law does not mean that we are tolerant of racist exercises of that discretion. And just because it happens to be the case that some of that seeps into our systems with or without conscious choice does not mean that we should allow active and flagrant uses of racist policies. And so I don't know what you mean. Just because racism exists, we must tolerate its most explicit form?
No, I think I was saying the opposite of what you're saying.
Then I'm not understanding.
Okay, well, let me explain. If you have cops that are so racist that they are only targeting black people, for example, and rampant people getting locked up for crimes they didn't commit, sentenced for outrageous amounts of time, I think that it makes sense to address that with a policy aimed at preventing that from happening. To me, allowing it to happen is the same as enacting a policy that says it should happen, in effect.
Oh, I see. So you're not in favor of what? I'm sorry. Then I was conflating you with Doobie's position, which was
I'm a Jew, so
okay. So you're not in favor of,
when the cops start locking people up because they feel like it, it makes me personally uncomfortable. But also, I care about my black brothers and sisters too.
Yeah. To be clear, you would be against any law sort of institutionalizing or making formal what already happens with respect to racism and policies.
Yes.
You'd be against.
I am against laws that say it's okay to over-police black people, as I believe they are currently over-policed. Yes.
And you made what I was trying to say, basically. There's obviously there's like personal responsibility, but we can't institutionalize racist shit. It doesn't make sense.
But so I got a question to ask everyone here really quick.
All right, Jesse, then Dylan.
Yeah, so a lot of these things that y'all are talking about are kind of sort of all in a mixed bag in what happens in society. So the reason why I completely object to what Doobie was saying was because discriminatory policing is how you remain with these stereotypes in place. So I think during Stop and Frisk, and somebody quote me on this if I'm wrong, but the percentage of time that they found contraband or violations during Stop and Frisk with black people was less. I'm pretty sure that's like
Yeah, real quick, just to back up what you're saying. So the problem with the stop and frisk stuff and the disproportionate, like lowering the threshold for pulling over like black people or Hispanic people in the past is that as they've done those lower thresholds, the hit rates are not improving at all. So it seems like even when they engage in discriminatory behavior, the hit rate falls, which would mean that the discriminatory behavior is probably unjustified. Now that's a factual argument that I think is separate from our philosophical discussion, but to ground it in reality, the discrimination doesn't seem to be helping. Copying doesn't help.
Yeah. So, and that's what I'm saying. So all of these things get mixed together because, and I appreciate what Mr. Girl said. The other thing that people don't look at is when we look at these per capita stats, I agree that a lot of them look really bad. But we don't get the stats for things that either didn't go to trial or people that didn't get arrested and all of these things. Like, for instance, when I was in college, I was in the car with one of my white friends. We were completely drunk and it was late at night. And we got stopped by the police. Luckily, he was driving and I wasn't driving. He was driving, and the cop that stopped us knew his dad was a sheriff, so we completely got off, right? But if I would have been driving, I wouldn't have had that luxury, right? Because that inbuilt prejudice in the system from like in-groups, I wouldn't get that treatment.
Well, maybe if your dad was a sheriff, you might have. But I think that's part of. I think that's part of the. Well, yeah, it is. I think that's part of what's
connected in that way.
That's what makes it hard to talk about racism is that you'll never know. You'll never know what would have happened if you'd been driving with a dad sheriff or not.
Hold on. We do know that I am less likely to be as connected as somebody white, as being a part of the outgroup.
Sure. Yes, for sure. I'm just saying that it makes it a little more amorphous. Because you don't know for sure, but I think that in a way that almost makes it worse.
We do know that we can look at personal relationships of police officers in lots of communities and say that it's empirically true that black people don't have as many connections to the police in most of the areas, even the areas that black people live in. Predominantly, they don't have more connections to the police than others. That's empirical.
Yeah, so can I ask? So it is true that blacks and Hispanics were disproportionately hit by stop and frisk, right? And that the hit rate was lower. I think it was like 12%. But I think that given that like crime to some extent like driven by poverty, and blacks and Hispanics are more likely to live in high poverty areas, if you have a hot spot where you have high crime, high poverty, it's way more likely that the people living there are going to be black and Hispanic, so you're going to get a much higher hit rate with those kind of people, right? But that doesn't really take into account the cool down effect, right? So if you have a hot spot and they know that the cops are coming around checking everybody's pockets for guns, for drugs, whatever the fuck, right? A lot of people are going to stop carrying that shit around, right? Because they don't want to get randomly stopped by the cops and go to jail for it, right? And this is why I think we can look at the stats and show that there was a reduction in crime rate in a lot of these areas, right? That benefited these communities. So it's not so stop and frisk was not like just bad across the board. Yeah, more black and Hispanic people were stopped. That's because they live in the high crime areas that need to stop and frisk.
What's bad is the explicit racial targeting of people on the basis of their race. And that's something you said that you are in support of. You're okay with lowering the standard for searches and arrests on people just because they're black. You said that explicitly. And so when you have, okay, maybe it's as an incidence of searching in poor areas, you get more black people, more Hispanic people. But you said that explicitly it's okay if that basis and judgment is made solely on the basis of race.
Wait, hold on. I think you're.
You also said you shouldn't do that with poor people when you talk to Dylan.
I think you're intentionally misunderstanding what I said.
Hold on. I just want to correct a very false statement because I don't like when people make false statements. There is no indication that stop and frisk reduce crime overall. It only reduced crime in situations where there was probable cause. When it was just based off the people being black or whatever, the additional use of stop and frisk almost made no difference. The additional use of stop and frisk almost made no difference. The stops only had a detectable impact on crime when the stops were based on probable cause, and these kinds of stops were very rare. So
and of course, probable cause, you wouldn't need a lower threshold for that anyway.
Exactly. That's the point.
Let's go to Blake.
Yeah, so I guess what we're all talking about here is kind of the next part I wanted to ask everyone here about, which is how do we feel about the implicit nature of discrimination and how it affects society, right? Because there's certain things we cannot prove, like whether someone was actively being discriminatory against someone else or not, right? So, like, I think on an individual level, and I guess this is my quick take, right, is on an individual level, what Kate and Fawn were saying about crossing the street, when you have to make that kind of individual utility calculation for your own safety at night, something like being mildly prejudiced might be, you know, helpful. But I think with the laws we have that are anti-discrimination, you know, like the Civil Rights Act, things like that, those things help prevent discrimination. However, what we're talking about here is kind of the interplay between personal implicit biases and legal biases as well, which is why I wanted to hear kind of chat or everyone here's take on this, you know, because I feel like that's more of the pressing issue.
So I think one of the easy examples of this is the black sounding name, right? I think there's a large experiment that was done on whether people with black sounding names got less callbacks even for the same qualifications and stuff. And it was overwhelmingly that black sounding names is the easiest way to not get called back in an interview. So that's a place, and I think Destiny brought this up earlier, but or maybe it was Hisco, but that's a place where those implicit biases, personal choices can have systemic impacts, even though in the act that's one individual, but across the broader society it can be impactful to it.
But are we saying they're implicit biases? Like most people, unless they're complete assholes, are not being racist on person. You can make a lot of shitty, racist, discriminatory choices because you have implicit biases driving you to those behaviors. Most people that toss out a resume, I'm not going to say most people. I assume a significant amount of people that toss out a resume that has a black sounding name do not think, oh, a black guy, I don't want that. You know, it's
I think they might.
Because it's a black sounding name, they attribute a lot of negative qualities to it, and then they look at two similar resumes and they determine the white sounding name to just be a better candidate. That's what implicit biases are.
So expanding on what Kate said. Yeah, okay, wait. So expanding on what Kate said, though, I think it's important to note that if we're looking at two resumes side by side, we have a small sample group to look at here, right? How would we be able to determine whether someone's being racist or not, you know, based on other variables and factors, right? So someone might go into an interview and this person might just gel more like properly with the boss, you know, they might have similar personalities, whether or not that's related to individual experiences, right? Just say you have two white guys with similar things, right?
Nobody
right, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right?
Wait, but nobody is saying that we're going to be able to look at each individual interaction to determine if there was some prejudice or racism at play. But what we can do is collect data across all of these interactions and see if there's systemic bias. That's my point.
Right. So my broader point is, how do we find a solution for those problems? If these individual case-by-case bases we can't push too hard on, but we can't be too lenient on because there might be some racism going on, there might not be some racism going on. How do we actually solve the problem pragmatically? We're talking about policy. I obviously thought the good way to start was with something like, again, the Civil Rights Act, non-discriminatory policies, right? But how do we expand on it from there? Kate, I heard you wanted to get in there. You get in there.
Thank you. Gambit, I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. When you said choices, I assume like a choice is usually something that I perceive as something a person actively chooses to do. When someone is being discriminatory and it's an unconscious bias, they're not actively choosing to do it.
Okay, can I clarify something with you, Katie?
That was like the.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Okay, are you saying that if I'm the boss and I see the black name on the resume, if I throw it out because I've noticed that most of the black people I've talked to lately are not good candidates and I just want the best candidate, that's not a conscious act of racism. But if I'm like, black people are fine candidates.
I disagree with you.
Well, I'm just asking you this. Okay, because you said it's not an intentional act of racism if I have some pragmatic reason for doing it.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that as far as I understand unconscious biases, you hear the black sounding name and then all of the prejudice about black people come in, making that candidate less desirable in your eyes without you labeling.
I think what I don't like about your argument is the implication that people don't like black people for no reason. Like it's not so like waiting tables, a less loaded example. Black people tend to not tip very well on average. And so even black servers at the place I worked, everybody, and I started out very idealistic, and after maybe a couple months, it was like everybody was fighting like, please don't sit them in my section. I was the black servers were much more forward about this, saying like, I don't want these fucking black people. And then everybody else had to just, kind of like, it's very uncomfortable, but money is money. However, it is also racist to do that. But it's not racist like my preconceived conceptions about black people are affecting me, making me not think that they're going to tip me less. They're actually going to tip me less. So what do we do about that? What do you do if they
act? That's not the same as the resume,
Mr. Girl, that's very, very disanalogous because we're talking about money, which is like the dependent factor on people's survival, right? If we're talking about
so it's somebody like me who started out saying like, yeah, I'll hire anybody, yeah, I'll talk to anybody, and then you block out an hour for this interview and this interview and this interview, and after enough interviews, you're like, Jesus Christ, it's like the black people are 3 or 4 times more likely to be unqualified for this job for some reason. And like I don't want to be a bad person, but this is costing me time and money.
The resume thing is
so in a hypothetical, at what point is it?
Wait. So we need to talk about something that's like obviously more analogous here, right? Let's kind of remove the monetary factor from the equation.
I just used your analogy as the analogy.
Wait. No, you gave me like an example which is heavily reliant on.
Okay, I start out.
Let me offer you an analogy that's more analogous. Okay,
so you said hiring black people.
Wait. Okay, so say you're a supervisor at a McDonald's, right?
Yes.
You are in charge of hiring practices. However, you do not own this McDonald's. The monetary factor is not so much at stake for you here.
Well, it's still time out of my day, and my boss is like, "Why do you
interviewing white people, right?
Why can't we take
people based on the same level?
Why can't we take his hypo? Your hypo was, what if it's costing you money and you don't have the resources to to do every interview?
It costs money to be non-racist. It costs safety to be non-racist. When you're walking down the street,
when you make policy, some people will suffer, and that's the cost of our policies. It could be the case that you would. I don't know. It would be more efficient if you discriminate on the basis of religion when you're doing stops in the airport.
Absolutely.
Wait, I wanted to get in why my analogy is more analogous, right? Because my broader point that I've been trying to hit home.
I challenge you to answer my analogy. I challenge you because I don't like the stop and frisk example. I don't like that we can say like, hey guys, we found one example of a time racism didn't work and was like a bad idea. A lot of the times racism actually is pretty practical. It does make sense.
Your analogy, it talks about what I was talking about. There's a lot of research when they just give a person that is in a hiring process 2 resumes that are basically identical, and they just change the name on it. That is the research.
That is
the
based
data
on
that I'm talking about.
That is very likely.
Wait, hold on. Let's think about the interesting questions, okay? If racism is enacted and it doesn't achieve a good end, obviously every single person here says the racism is bad. That's such a boring, let's ignore that, right? The more interesting question, because this is what we grapple with on a daily basis, is it seems like there are times in our lives where people act in a way that's racist or is discriminatory towards some other characteristic that we would like to not be, but it seems like there might not just be a reason for it, but even some level of justification. For instance, if you go out and you're at a bar and you're with a stranger and a woman offers you a drink, you might look at that a bit different than if a man offers you a drink. There might be some utility there to the discrimination. Sure. Or also, let's say that you are a server in a restaurant and anybody that says otherwise has never worked in a restaurant before, okay, and can fuck off back to whatever you came from, okay? If you are a server in a restaurant, it is, especially Sunday mornings, it is the case that people have the impression of, and probably is the case, that black people don't tip as well as other people. Now, if that is the case, and there's some form of racism that you can enact, and it seems like there might even be a benefit to it, do you tell people, hey, even if you might have a heuristic that's serving you and is actually statistically providing you with good outcomes, should you act against that? That's the interesting question.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I was bringing up.
You should answer this question, and the answer is that you're not factoring in the utility or the benefit of having equality writ large, and equality under the law or equality in people's perceptions. And that is a very, very positive thing about our country. Imagine that you had some policy, or that you knew that Republicans tip less, or you knew that Republicans were more prone to crime than Democrats. Would you ever think that it's conceivable to have a policy where, we always search Republicans more than Democrats? That would seem to sort of counteract our notion of equality for First Amendment purposes. And certainly in the racial cases and in the sort of religion cases.
And I think you say on the societal level, the problem is society moves in like chunks, right? You've got like people, then policies, then companies. But the problem is we're asking the people to change potentially before the society does, even though if that might not serve the individual. On a grander political experiment, I agree with you. Of course, it's better if we all move in ways. All of us should coincide both politically, ethically, legally, judicially, everywhere with all of what our moral values are. But there are going to be times in these in these different parts of society where some groups of people are going to be disadvantaged by doing so, and can you compel those people to act more.
That's any policy. And so Destiny, why don't you answer Mr. Girl's question? Answer Mr. Girl's question, Destiny.
No, I like watching you guys battle over this. Is fun.
If you had a store owner who is he cannot process all these applications in a fair way, it's just impossible. And you have if you don't racial discriminate and only look over the white people's applications, you go out of business. Do you say it's okay for him to discriminate in that case?
I think that I agree right now with U.S. on the books that if you are an employer or if you are a landlord, like a building owner or something, then I think that you have a special onus on you not to engage in discrimination against certain protected classes, one of those being race. So I would say that, no, you shouldn't be allowed to participate in the labor market as an employer if you're going to engage in discriminatory practices, because that type of stuff will roll downhill in the worst way possible. Because as soon as one business owner says, I can only hire Asians for my data crunching firm, otherwise I'm going out of business, well, everybody's going to be like, wait, hold on, well, fucking, I'm only hiring Asians. And then pretty soon those are the only people getting hired, or through any industry. So
I agree with that, but
there's a compulsion there for sure.
I think
hold on. Really quickly.
Hold on. This is why what Pisco said was important. He's trying to show y'all that when you say that it's not in law but it's personal decision, effectively they can cause the same injurious outcomes, and that's what he's trying to get y'all to understand. And I would think that we would all say that even if we thought there was some utility to racism, we'd be against using it. This is why this is why there's applications of black people that have even better qualifications, but they still receive less callbacks because of this topic right here.
I think that
really quickly, please. So would we say that if someone were to let's say they had a sushi restaurant and they wanted the sushi restaurant to have an authentic atmosphere, right? So they were specifically looking for Asians to staff the sushi restaurant.
That's not racist. Asians correlate very highly with being Asian. So that's not a fair example.
Okay, yeah, but if
it's nearly 100%.
If a black or a white person were to apply, and they had all the skills needed to make the sushi, and you turned them away because they wouldn't fit the aesthetic of your restaurant, could we say that that's racist? That's racial discrimination that would be unjustified?
Yes,
I would. In that case, so it would be the same thing if you're talking about a movie that's hiring a particular role. Or if it's like Hooters and you're only hiring women as opposed to men, even though there's differences in kind of our legal standards for the discrimination, what will pass muster and what will not.
Well, they probably shouldn't do that.
In certain cases, you can find cases where it makes sense. Okay, if we're going to have someone play Barack Obama, we're not going to look at all of the Asian candidates. And so you can certainly find situations where that kind of artistic choice or aesthetic.
So we'd call them actors or a cast rather than employees.
Yeah, I think that's.
If I wanted a restaurant with blonde girls with big boobs staffing my restaurant, right? Black girls tend not to have blonde hair and maybe they have big boobs. They tend not to have blonde hair.
What are you talking about?
I would just get rid of all the black Hooters, right? And
you saying black girls tend not to have big boobs?
I stopped myself. I'm sorry.
That's you've been a little racist so far, but now you're just being crazy.
Point on the names thing, right? If you look at the names that they use for this study, right? I think it's really interesting to kind of break them down, because they chose names like Letitia, LaShonda, Tawanda, right? Names that I think a lot of people, maybe unjustifiably, would associate with lower class lifestyles, right? Kind of ghetto names, right? And they put those up against Amy, Hannah, Lori, right, Misty, right? So I think it could be that this was a class discrimination. And
Wait, hold on, wait, real quick before we spend any
because
time on this.
really quick. No, I'm not. I'm almost done.
But you're
because if they were to put names like Cletus, Jim Bob, Billy Ray on there, I'm sure you'd find people making the same assumptions about these people based on the applications. They came from a certain class that might not be good for your restaurant, for your business, whatever the fuck. Right? You'd assume that they're like trailer trash types.
Okay, before we get too far off into that thing, okay, so that's the racism, though. That's the problem, is we're essentially saying that, like, well, there are a lot of black names, and they're associated with being lower class, so maybe it's just a class issue. Well, no, that's a race issue, right? That's like saying every time I see a black person, I don't want to deal with them. You're like, why not? Well, it's not because I'm racist, it's just because I think all black people are poor, so it's a class thing. That's not how it works.
right.
Wouldn't we make a lot of assumptions hold on, wouldn't we make assumptions about, like, white people, for example, from, like, white names that we'd consider to be lower class? Cletus.
No, because there's a whole bunch of trailer trash. Okay, like, first of all, even people in trailer parks are named Billy Ray generally. Okay, right? You'll find a lot of people that have like relatively normal, like there's a whole bunch of white trash names that just sound like normal white people names, where people are going to see it immediately and be like, oh, well, that's just a white person.
I think.
Yeah, but there are a lot
of them. I have to say this. I'm going to freak out if I don't say it. I'm going to freak out.
After Katie, then Mr. Girl.
Jesus Christ. Okay, fine.
Yes. I'll start dancing if you won't let me talk. Okay.
That works for me. You dance, I'll talk.
Question. I think that, and I don't mean this on an institutionalized level. So I think when we keep going back to, okay, you're saying no racist policies, but individuals like can still act in ways that would result in the same outcomes, even if you don't have the racist policies. I still see a clear benefit of like a country or an organization or whatever not have racist policies on their book, right? So that is always going to be a no for me, no matter what. In terms of the individual level, your question, Destiny, was like, when and how should the line be drawn on that? And I think that when Prime gave the example of like me and Fawn crossing to the other side of the street versus the woman who called police on the black guy in Central Park, I think where the line is drawn is how detrimental it is to the person that you're applying the prejudice on or the bias against. So when I cross to the other side of the street, that might hurt a guy's feelings that I'm scared of him. But I think overall, if I get raped, it's probably worse for me. So I'm going to take that one. If it's putting him, if someone is like, if you cross the street, I'm going to shoot that guy, then I'm going to not, Wait. So I think it depends on that.
I don't think that makes sense. I don't think you can compare your fear of what you're imagining this person's going to do to you to what you're actually doing to them. Like, I could say, okay, I cross the street whenever I see a black person because, yeah, that might hurt their feelings, but if they cut my head off and, like, put it in the back of their car, that's going to be worse for me. Like, you can't just... You can't compare rape, which... You get what I'm saying?
Okay, then can you scrap that part and just address the main point that I said, if you want?
Yes.
I'll retract all of that. Never mind. No rape.
Well, okay. I mean, another thing is about that example that is interesting is that I've done these calculations, and the safety change in crossing the street to walk by a woman instead of a man is about the same safety of violent crime ratio of crossing the street to walk by a white person instead of a black person.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying,
but it is more hurtful.
Racism is bad. Racism is bad, but we can't determine why people do what they do. So we can sit here and talk about how we need to mind read to tell people not to be racist, but I'm like, that's not going to happen. So what we can do is not have racist policies on the book and then make societal changes that reduce unconscious prejudices in people, so people will actively be less racist, whether they choose to be or whether they unconsciously are.
I think
that is my solution.
I think that's a good idea. I disagree about the part... You're welcome. I disagree about the part where we can't tell people not to be racist, though. I'm a messaging guy.
I never said that.
Well, you did say you did said exactly that. But let me explain my response. I think that the way we tell people not to be racist is very pedantic and insulting and unempathetic. And I think that people will respond much more to people like Doobie. We're going to respond better to saying, hey,
Not Twitch chat.
saying like
Yeah,
you're
fuck Twitch chat.
it's understandable that you want to throw out these black named resumes. Like, given your experience, or waiting tables, it's understandable that you don't want the black people to sit in your section. And I get how that affects you financially and emotionally and psychologically, rather than you're a racist, ignorant, white trash piece of shit. How the fuck could you say this? I hate you. I think
agree
that,
with you. Discourse should be completely changed if we want better results.
but in order to do that, we have to.
That being racist is shouldn't be called out, right?
No, you didn't. I think you said.
I can't discern people's intents.
I think
so I'm not gonna bother with that.
I think you said that you can't talk people out of being racist. I think that's what you implied.
I never said that, and I don't think that's true.
Do you think you can talk people out of being racist?
I think you can talk some people out of reducing their conscious racist choices and biases.
Do you think you can talk them meaningfully?
I think that everyone are a little bit racist.
Do you think you can meaningfully talk people out of being racist on a mass scale?
If they are racist in a conscious way, then yeah. But I think everyone are unconsciously a bit racist about something.
Right.
Okay.
So a question I wanted us to get at about earlier, though, is something I really thought was important to address with one of the questions I was trying to get at. Was what do we do about the unconscious racism, right? Because that still has implications in our society today when it comes to hiring practices and things like that. How do we actually make a meaningful difference against?
Yo, Doobie's freaking me out. You guys see this shit?
I think y'all are granting way too much. It is almost ridiculous to me.
Me too.
Me too. Y'all are giving way too much credence to this concept of unconscious bias. When people are committing these actions, they understand what's happening. It's a pure cope to act like they don't understand what they're doing. Oh, I'm just tossing the resume away. I don't even really understand what's happening in my head. It left my desk and went into the trash. No, these people absolutely understand the decisions. And that's why I said choices earlier. And you took some problem with that. But these people understand the choices that they're making. To try and,
who are these people? Is these all people?
Wait, I didn't say it was all people. I'm talking about the people that make the choice to discard black resumes just because they're black resumes.
Yeah, but when I'm talking
but
about
some of them don't make that decision because of the black. They do end up making the decision to toss the resume out. But the point with unconscious biases is that they lead you to racist results. But the justification in your head are not, I just hate black people.
Well, some are conscious and some are unconscious. Why don't we just pick which one we're talking about?
An example of like an unconscious racist thing might be something like, I just assume that everybody wants straight hair or something, like a very white-centric, like you just assume that. And that's kind of like an unconscious racist thing. But when you're like, I'm not going to hire a motherfucker called Tyrone. Sorry, that ain't happening. To call that like unconscious racial bias feels a little bit infantilizing. No, I don't know. Hold on. I'm not saying you didn't. Chill. I'm just saying that like. Okay, then don't correct me when I'm not incorrect. Okay.
Oh boy.
All I'm saying is that what Gambit is saying is it seems like we have this huge classification of like accidental racism when most racism is a little bit more overt than that. I think that's what Gambit is getting at.
Okay, but is that always a bad thing, right? So like,
yes.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Right, so if I were a woman walking in Central Park, right, and this black dude this creepy fucking black dude is hassling me about my dog, right, and trying to call my dog over to him, and I know that 90% of the rapes and murders in New York City are committed by black and brown people. Is it wrong for me to have some kind of extra fear that I wouldn't have if there was an Asian dude doing it? Or a white
it's not
dude?
wrong to have the fear, but you also included the information that he's creepy. So
yeah, you made.
I don't think it matters if what his skin color is, what he looks like. If he's creepy.
Okay, well then is it wrong?
Or if he's a guy.
Hold on. So is it wrong?
A creepy guy is.
Oh God. So I think Katie said earlier.
I don't think care what their color is. I just think we care that they're
Please, no, wait, really quickly. Really quick. So Katie said earlier that she like intentionally forces herself to stay on the same road as like a dude like coming toward her just so she doesn't seem like racist or whatever the fuck.
No, not so I don't seem racist. To not enact racism.
Sure, but if a woman who was more concerned with her safety, let's say she was aware of these stats, didn't even want to risk the situation, right? Could we really fault her for going to the other side of the street?
We can fault. I don't think that we have to. It doesn't have to be a binary of whether we're faulting her or not. It is understandable and also immoral. And so if she crosses the street, we can empathize with that. We can understand the practicality of that, and we can also be upset that it's racist. And if she stays,
is it immoral to put on your seatbelt when you get in the car to take an extra step to protect?
it doesn't hurt a black person's fucking feelings when you put on your seatbelt.
It's not the same.
Similar.
It's not. It's actually not similar because your seatbelt isn't a person. The seatbelt isn't a person, and a black person is. That's the difference.
This is unfair. I know we don't like labeling people stuff, but you are explicitly in favor of racist policies and racist attitudes. Why aren't you a racist?
That's untrue. So I'm not in favor. I don't believe that any racial group is superior or inferior. What I'm saying is that given the stats as they currently are, right? I think some of these policies might be justifiable, right? I'm not saying that black people are like inferior or that they're more.
I think what he's.
They are the way they are because of factors outside of the race.
I think what he's asking is instead of getting into. Here's the problem. Let me help you. I can help you. I'm gonna dig you out of this. You're in trouble. Do you know that you're in trouble?
You're beautiful, but I don't need your help. Okay, please.
You do. Oh, you need my help. You need a PR guy. You need a PR guy, and I'm gonna take your case.
I would love that actually.
I'm gonna help you.
Okay,
let me.
No,
please.
Doobie. I said Doobie.
Please.
Oh, okay.
Please. Okay. So what I'm saying, right, is I'm not saying that these stats are the way they are because these groups of people are genetically predisposed to behave this way. There are obviously socioeconomic circumstances that have led to things being the way they are. And until we address those circumstances, this is the reality people are living in. So given that this is the reality, I think it's totally understandable, justifiable, and not immoral. I think it'd be totally morally in line with someone's belief systems to take themselves out of a potentially dangerous situation. I think it's totally fine. And if we can understand, no, I wouldn't. I call it prejudice, but not racist. If we could understand why a black person in the United States would feel some kind of way about being pulled over by the police or interacting with a police officer, given the stories that they see about police brutality and cops planting evidence and racism and all this kind of shit.
The stories they see.
If we can understand that feeling leading to them making generalizations and having prejudiced feelings toward every cop they fucking see, I think we can understand why a white woman walking along the park would have the same kind of feelings about a black dude or a Hispanic dude in the park.
So it's prejudice on the basis of race, but not racism. Is that correct?
No, it's not prejudice.
Police is not a race.
It's
okay. Based on the reality of the
Doobie,
as they exist.
Doobie, you're digging a hole deeper for yourself.
Doobie, you gotta let me get you out of this. Trust me. This is what I do.
Right,
this is what I do. Listen. Okay. The problem is
you're in more trouble now.
The problem is that you are racist. Okay, and that's okay. This is the stance you have to take. You just have to say, if you guys are defining racism as unempathetically making practical decisions that hurt people of color because it's the most logical thing to do at any given time, and I'm weighting my own safety and comfort over the feelings of oppressed people. If you're going to say that's racism, then yeah, I guess I am racist. That's all you have to say. And instead of it is logical. His logic is sound. The only reason it's not.
His logic isn't.
No,
sound.
It is absolutely. Listen, let me finish. When he compares, he told us a lot when he compared avoiding black people to buckling your seatbelt. Whether or not the statistical difference. Whether or not yes, I know, but I want to unpack what that means. And I have like an emotional scuba mask that I can swim down into this, and I'm gonna find a little gold nugget and bring it back to you. What he's saying.
I need help with that.
I got it.
On my own.
It's not about intelligence. It's just a strong stomach. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, when you compare a seatbelt to a black person, even if it's the same ratio as safety to danger, what you're leaving out in the seatbelt analogy is that the seatbelt isn't a person, doesn't have feelings, doesn't deserve an equal and free society the way a black person does. And so in Doobie's moral scale, he just doesn't weight that very high. And he weights it low enough that we are all in the panel willing to call him racist. And Doobie, what you're doing is you're engaging in a semantics debate, and it makes you look bad because it makes it seem like you don't understand what racism is. Because you are racist, and yet you think racism is bad and don't want to be called racist. So I think I would strongly advise you to just say, if you're saying that my practicality here is hitting the threshold of racism, then yeah, I guess I'm racist. But I don't want you to think that black people are genetically inferior. I just think that the situation is what it is, and we should just let it play out that way.
I don't like the end of that distillation because that implies that somehow we have an idiosyncratic definition of racism. Our definition of racism.
We do have an idiosyncratic definition of racism.
Right here, as applied.
Within this panel and on Twitch and among progressives, we don't at all. But in the greater world, most people think, well, if I'm not calling somebody the N-word and like throwing rocks at them, then I'm not racist. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
This is just nonsense. Do you think it's idiosyncratic to believe that segregation is racism?
Idiosyncratic by definition means unusual. And if you poll people across the globe in every different country and ask them if they share your definition of racism, they will say no. So
I Americans in America who would
even Americans, I don't know that. I think there's a big debate right now about what the definition of racism is.
Should we include animals in our definition of who conceives what as racism? I mean, how broad are we going to go with this level of generality? I'm assuming that most Americans think that explicitly.
I don't think including animals as a fake thing. As a fake thing that I'm saying, I'm mentioning animals makes sense when I'm saying within the Twitch panel. It seems that 8 of us have a shared definition of racism. One of us has a different definition of racism. I think we can just acknowledge that. We don't have to talk about it for a fucking hour. I think Jesus Christ, Doobie, fucking, you're freaking me out. I think that Doobie's definition of racism is pretty.
Do the time thing again.
I think Doobie's definition of racism is pretty common among Americans. You may have a different sense of that. I think it's better to just be bilingual. I understand Doobie's definition. I understand your definition. I like your definition. It's even my definition. But that doesn't mean we don't have to pretend we don't understand his.
Is common or the majority? I mean, are you just pulling this out of your ass?
Yes.
Well, my definition of racism is what you'd find if you looked up the word racism in the dictionary, I think. But really quickly,
but that's not the most common definition on this panel.
I need to correct a couple. Well, the most common definition on this panel is incorrect then. So.
Well, no, it's just different. It's just different.
Wait. You said that I was that seatbelts were not black people. Black people in that situation wouldn't be the seatbelt. Walking across the street would be the seatbelt. A bad situation with a black person would be like
no one's feelings are hurt when you buckle your seatbelt.
Right. What I'm saying there is getting raped or murdered by a black person. In that analogy that I came up with.
When you buckle your seatbelt for your safety, you're making it worse. When you buckle your seatbelt,
is that going across the street is the equivalent of putting on your seatbelt. Now,
the bad part of crossing the street is that the bad part of crossing the street is that you.
Really quickly, please. I'd like to just finish my.
But you've already derailed your own point. It doesn't make any sense.
Let him finish.
I think.
Oh God.
I think that we can all, and Mr. Gray, I think you said this earlier, right? That we can all understand when a minority in the United States feels a certain way about interacting with the police, thinks that the police officer might be racist toward them, might beat them up, might plant evidence, yada yada, whatever the fuck, right? Even though if we look at the actual stats on those issues, it's a very, very small percentage of police interactions where any of that takes place.
Okay. Can I get where you're going? Can I respond now? And I can explain.
If you want to say that this might be happening, we just don't know about it. Well,
I can concisely explain why you're wrong.
Come back to me. But the numbers that I have access to.
What numbers are those?
The numbers don't matter. Your analogy doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't matter.
I'm not done speaking.
I know, but it doesn't matter what else you're going to say.
Hey! Like when you all talk at once, literally no one can hear you. So it's pointless. It's literally pointless. Doobie, finish what you're trying to say.
Then can I get in, Prime?
I want to respond. He's impugning my analogy, and I want to respond.
You impugned my analogy first. It was my analogy.
It'll be very short. It'll be the shortest thing you've ever.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Wait, listen, please. So what I'm saying is that we can understand black people feeling a certain way about interacting with police, and not just black people, but any minority person in this country. We can understand it's like the prejudice notions they'd have about that police officer. I think we should extend that same level of empathy toward a woman who walks across the street when she sees a black dude walking toward her and she's by herself.
Right.
I don't understand why, Mr. Girl, your whole thing is about having empathy for people, but you can't extend this empathy.
I can't. I'm extending empathy to you, you got to accept it.
I don't need it right now.
You do.
Want to take that extra
but you do.
to protect herself and just cross the fucking street.
I understand.
Not hurting anybody
Okay,
by doing that.
that is that last part.
And
is the part I'd like to address.
One more last thing. I think Dylan keeps asking, what should we do to address this, right? Well, we should find ways to make sure that 90% of the rapes and murders in New York City aren't committed by black and brown people. I think if that's stopping in the case, people wouldn't have these prejudices and have these stereotypes in their head.
Okay, wait. Can I suggest something?
Oh God!
Can we get a definition of racism for the panel?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna do.
Wait, can I respond, Prime? Can I respond?
Different levels of conversation right
Can I respond to Doobie
first?
first?
Get in here. I just need to get in here because I need to address exactly what Destiny said there.
But
I think it's important that Doobie brought up the fact that there was a dictionary definition of racism and that somehow his was it against the grace of Jah Almighty. Okay, so when we look at the definition of racism, right, it's prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against people or person or people based on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. So the policies that we're talking about here and the ones that Doobie seems fitting to enact are definitionally racist. Doobie, what you are trying to do here is make a case as for why racism is not bad, I guess, but that is exactly what it sounded like Mr. Girl was saying, and I'm going to roll with that. However, I think it's important that you understand that, yes, by definition, what you are trying to enact is racist. Thank God.
Doobie.
So you took the Oxford definition. Oxford sucks, okay? I go to Merriam-Webster.
Oh God! Don't! American. Oh, stop! Stop it! Just stop! Just Prime.
Determinant of human traits and capacities, and the racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. I'm not making any superiority claims. I'm not a white person. If I were to do that, right? I'd probably say that.
Wait, hold on, stop, Doobie. You can't really believe it. If I went around and I screamed and I call every black person the N-word, but I don't think they're worse than white people. I just call them the N-word. Does that mean you're not racist? Because I don't think they're inferior?
Wait, hold on.
Prime.
There's...
Prime. Please, can I respond to this?
You can use a racial slur without being racist. I call people racial slurs.
Yeah, no, that's not the point.
I'm not a
racist. Doobie, will you please just...
If I went around and call black people the N-word with a hard R all fucking day, that you could take from that. You can make the inference that I'm a racist, but I don't think it'd be necessary.
Is it a racist act?
And I think making that assumption about me would be kind of rude.
Doobie? Your analogies are wrong, and I'm going to explain why now.
Wait, hold on.
Doobie, I need you to listen to me.
This is on top.
Doobie.
It's his turn to talk, Doobie.
So if an Arab Palestinian were to call Israeli Jews the K word, right?
What K word? There's a K word? What is it? What? There's a K word? What is it?
I'd say that could be justified given the fact that they live under the oppression.
It could be justified. Doobie.
Israeli ethno state.
Doobie, I want to tell you a couple. Doobie, I'm trying to help you, and so if you're trying to get under my skin.
Oh my God.
I don't care about Israel any more than I care about any other country. I'm here to help you, and I need you to listen to me very carefully. Doobie, the last part of what you said was, when you cross the street, when a black person is on the other side, you're not hurting anyone. And I implore you to understand that most people on this panel, I would say everybody, disagrees with that part. If that were true, then what you were saying and the stuff and all the analogies you're making would be absolutely perfect. If it didn't hurt black people when you throw their resume in the trash can, then that would be a great plan. If it didn't hurt black people when you flee from them when they enter a park, that would also be really great. However, it does hurt them. It hurts them probably in pretty much every way imaginable when you add it all up. But in the moment, it hurts their standing, it hurts their dignity, it hurts their feelings, it hurts them psychologically. It's not good. Trust me, having people be terrified of you and flee whenever you come near them it's not a good feeling. So I think that your seatbelt analogy falls apart there. The police analogy, we're not talking about, yes, we can empathize with black people who are afraid of the police. I can empathize with you being afraid of or wary about black people or people of color committing more crimes. I'm not saying that I don't extend you empathy when I advise you to just bite the bullet and say that you're racist by this panel's definition. That's not what I'm saying. However, a police officer does not have, in this country, we do not say that the police have the right to not have their feelings hurt. That's part of their job. That's why we pay them. Their job is to have a series of unpleasant experiences throughout their day, resulting in the rest of us be safer. Black people have not signed up for that. So it's not a good analogy. And what you should just admit is that the rest of us care about all this other shit I'm talking about more than you do.
I feel like maybe I'll use another not even an analogy, a comparison.
Please don't
make it a little easier for you guys to understand.
You've drilled through the earth in the hole you've dug yourself.
A tiny bit easier for you guys to understand. Okay, where I'm coming from here.
We understand where you're coming
from.
Wait,
really quickly,
we understand.
We know. We
can
pull the stats on this. We can pull the stats on this. That the vast majority of people who molest children are not actually pedophiles. Right?
That's true. Okay. You know what? I think I'm on Doobie's side. I take it back. I think Doobie's right. The rest of you guys are fucking stupid.
Yeah, we know that the vast majority of people in this country. I think. I'll pull this out in a second. But the vast
just make stats up.
Who are pedophiles.
Yeah.
Don't actually act on those urges. Don't actually molest children.
Yeah, I think it's about 10%, if I remember correctly.
So, if a but even so, if a pedophile were to come to you, someone who you knew was a pedophile, had these urges, even if they've never acted on them in their entire fucking lives, they came to you and said, "Hey, you need someone to watch your kid."
Oh, so your analogy is built on the idea that I don't empathize with pedophiles. Well, buddy, have I got some fucking bad news for you? Because you just walked into a minefield.
I love the money.
You done fucked up.
But I'm telling you, if we can say it's understandable for a parent in that situation to say, hey, no, I can't leave my kid with you because I know you're a pedophile. Even though, vast majority of you guys don't do this, even though the vast majority of people that actually molest children are not pedophiles, I'm still not going to leave my kid with you because I'm making some assumptions based on you being a pedophile. Right? Why can't we extend that same empathy?
Because there's a few differences. There's a few differences between being a pedophile and being black.
To the woman who crosses the street.
Hold on, okay. All right, so we're gonna go to Katie. We're gonna just you. Katie.
I can respond to that really quick.
Really quickly, and then Katie.
I like him.
You're taking information that you knew about the specific person you're being prejudiced against, whereas in the situation with black people, you don't know anything specific about that person, and you're applying the same ideology.
I don't think that's a good argument. If you knew someone was 0% offending and was going to act totally normal, then it wouldn't matter they were a pedophile.
He specifically said he knew the person was a pedophile.
Yeah, but someone being a pedophile, but he's defining pedophile as 10% chance of acting on it.
An internal urge to do a bad thing.
No,
to a black person.
Yeah.
Really funny.
No, guys, that's still my point. Please.
I hate you so much.
I'm happy that you brought the pedophile analogy.
Me too. Fuck, we're leaving.
I'm not.
I would love to
home.
talk about this more.
Oh, chinga su madre.
I can breathe now.
Okay. A pedophile has a psychiatric condition that makes them attracted to prepubescent people. Okay? That is, you can call it inherent, you can call it learned, we can discuss it. That is a trait that they have. The fact that black people, that certain statistics correlate with people being black is not specific traits that they have.
Yeah, but he's not saying the attraction to the child is not but that's not the analogy. You have to relate it to the
hold on. Katie.
The probability of them actually hurting the child.
Katie, please go.
That's what you have to compare it to.
I thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
So, you're comparing things like seatbelts that are inherently protective of a person during a car crash, and being black, which has none of the negative properties that you're assigning to. You're saying being black correlate with A, B, and C, so why doesn't it make sense for me to make decisions based on that? Because nobody said women aren't allowed to make the executive choice for themselves in that moment to value their own safety and cross to the other side of the street.
Pedophilia is not the negative trait there. It's child abuse.
It is prejudice, though. And
All right, that's
as
enough
I said
internet.
before, it is dependent on the harm that it would do to the individual. So when you're comparing inherent negative qualities to being black, that is disanalogous and that is racist as fuck and is very weird and makes no sense.
It's not weird or
It's
But in his
not
analogy,
analogous at all.
in the analogy, pedophilia is not the negative trait, or it's the percentage
Child
chance
abuse.
of abusing the child that he's comparing to the percentage chance of a black person or whatever
I
person.
understand, and we can talk about pedophilia if you want, but he made a lot of points before that too.
Yeah, but
So
your
there's
your
more
response,
to pedophilia then.
you should either reject his analogy or follow his actual analogy. But it just seems like you don't understand it.
Analogies, all of them are disanalogous. I'm good,
Wait,
thanks.
wait.
not.
Let me help Mr. Girl, because I know he wants to jump in to defend pedophilia, but this is ridiculous.
Well, that's not. I'm defending truth.
None of that right now.
I'm defending truth and logic.
I can
Not-
walk you through this, Mr. Girl.
Okay.
Let me save you. Let me put on my scuba gear. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna rescue you.
Okay,
Let me.
come on in.
Okay. So, the individual person in these scenarios,
Yes.
in one scenario, it's a black person that you're walking across the street to. And you can say that there's some percentage chance racially that
Yeah.
this person could be a individual that would want to rob you or something.
No. You've already dismantled
No,
it.
I'm gonna
We're saying
finish
there's
it.
some percentage chance this person will rob you.
Yeah, but obviously we're okay with discriminating on the basis of attraction to children.
No, no.
That's an okay basis of discrimination.
No,
That is a fine example. That is a fine response. Wait, that's a totally that is a logical response to Doobie's analogy.
I'm
That's
actually
yeah.
gonna finish.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
actually gonna finish.
Okay, but
So, with the guy on the other side of the street,
yeah.
you have no real reason to think that he's. See, you tried to say that those things are equal. They aren't. You have no reason to believe this person is a person that would do that 10% chance.
They're if the person is black and black, let's make it really even. Let's say that every time a black person walks by you on the street, there's a 10% or say throughout their lives, black people 10% are likely to just randomly mug somebody on the street. 10% of them, they just tend to do this. So now we have our equivalency set up. We don't need to look at real statistics. So pedophile, 10% of pedophiles offend, and 10% of black people mug you while you walk by the street.
Yes,
Obviously wasn't created it.
So let me help you with this.
Okay, so help me.
Hold on,
And the other is
hold on.
not an okay form of discrimination because we're more worried about discrimination against a racial
No,
minority
it's not even
than we
that.
are about
It's not even that.
discrimination.
No, that's who? No.
Pisco, I'll let you
That is
argue that.
absolutely the case.
I'll let you argue that next.
Pisco's argument is I think the only valid response to this, but I want to hear
I'd
yours
like to
anyway.
respond to Pisco at some point.
So listen,
Gambit.
so listen, Miss Girl, in the
Yep.
situation with the pedophile,
Yes.
we know in Doobie's example, he knows that this person is of the class that could commit the action.
And black people are of the class that also could commit a
Let him
mugging.
finish. Gambit.
So I don't think these things are analogous at all.
How?
You don't know.
They are.
A black
No,
person
so
could
the-
mug you, and a pedophile could abuse you.
Yes, it's the same thing technically. Yes, it is.
So
Yeah.
Thank you, Dustin.
There's a difference when
look,
you.
Doobie's
so-
you're letting
hold on,
Doobie
hold on.
fuck with your head because it's
You're not letting me finish. No,
I know,
y'all
but
just
he's
keep
fucking
interrupting
with
me.
you. He's comparing black people to pedophiles.
All right.
I can't,
Oh my
don't let
God.
me interrupt you.
Yeah, Gambit, keep going.
Okay, so listen. Even if you, so first off, somebody has to be somebody that would rob, and then second off, they have to be willing to rob in that scenario.
Somebody that
So
could.
you're gonna let me finish. You're not gonna talk right now. You're gonna look at me, but you're gonna just let me finish. Okay, so it's just like the pedophile situation. We wouldn't say you could look at all men and assume they are a pedophile, and then assume that 10% chance, if they were a pedophile, that they would commit this crime. You're making this assumption on the black person. The black person first has to be somebody that would rob you, and then it has to be, are they going to rob you? So there's two levels of this, right? There's the level of, will they commit a crime, and will they do it now? The same thing is with men and pedophiles. It's, is this person a pedophile? And then if they are a pedophile, will they commit this crime? You're taking the second level of, this person is a known pedophile, and they could commit this action, to the broader group of, I don't even know if this person would commit a crime. And you're making those two things equivalent.
Are you using pedophile and child
I need to
molester
explain this. I need to explain this to Gambit really quickly. The thing that we're talking about here, though, is non-offending pedophiles, like Mr. Girl was referring to.
Yeah, I
right?
was
He's
gonna
talking
ask.
about
Non-offending
child abuse is
pedophiles
different.
like Mr. Girl ... was referring to. I saw what you fucking did there.
I understand that. Yep, Mr. Girl. Believe me, I'm trying to have your back here. So the difference is knowing that someone's going to commit an action is completely different when you're just taking two corollary statistics like people being attracted to children and then that automatically leading to child abuse.
Gambit, can I respond to Gambit?
Hold on, Dylan. The
Can I respond?
analogy would have to be: this is a black person that we have reason to believe will rob you. Because we have reason to believe that they may commit an action.
Gambit, can I respond to Gambit? I want to respond, Gambit. Can I respond to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Take it away.
If we just say a correlation and we just say 10% of black people will mug you or mug somebody and 10% of pedophiles will offend. The label and the reason they are that way and what they're thinking and what the non-offending pedophiles are thinking for the purpose of pure safety of a binary of did the act occur or not occur? Were you hurt or harmed by this person or not? Everything else can be ignored. And what Doobie is doing, which I enjoy a little bit of myself, but he's making it very confusing because we've decided that it is okay, as Pisco's pointed out, we've decided it's okay to ostracize or be super wary of pedophiles because we don't care about hurting their feelings as much. And also, but also, let me finish. And it's
finish. You didn't let me finish. I'm gonna let you finish, then I'll respond.
Okay. That's nice of you. I appreciate that. I think my answer to the analogy is that a pedophile, unlike a black, and maybe this is what you're getting at, a pedophile, unlike a black person, can be expected to kind of just absorb that. If we say, hey, look, you are probably fantasizing about this kid, so we don't really want you to babysit the kid. And like that might hurt your feelings. You might think you could do a good job of it anyway, and 90% chance you probably could. It's not worth it to us, and so we are going to hurt your feelings. And what I would like in the nicest way possible, we're going to say you can't be around children. You just can't. And to a black person to say you're not allowed to walk down the street next to a white. You can't walk by a white woman on the street. It's an unacceptably harsh, unempathetic stance to take. In one and in the other, it's just not. It's an emotional.
But you can discriminate if someone has a tendency to crime. If we were able to know that someone has a 20% tendency to crime, and that's all we knew about them, then it would be perfectly okay to discriminate on the basis of just we know they're going to commit a robbery.
But the difference is purely emotional. We just don't feel good about.
Simple question.
The basis of your race that is the condition under which.
Because we don't feel the correlation strong enough, and it hurts people's feelings.
Hold on, but then being a pedophile is also probably an immutable character.
No, hold on, Mr. Girl.
They have no control over.
Yeah.
Right, but
the difference.
To talk about the ways that you guys want to torture and murder pedophiles anytime the topic comes up.
Yes, but that's a good example.
Even though we know
the way that.
Wait 1 second. Don't molest children.
Doobie.
That do molest children are not pedophiles.
The way most people feel about the way you feel about black people is how most people feel about pedophiles. They don't care about saying, "Hey, you can't do this. You're scary. You're gonna have to be treated differently."
It's not the same. Oh my God! Why are you doing this?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Wait, Mr. Girl.
Yeah,
Mr. Girl.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is what you're doing. Let me make this really simple to you.
Okay.
All right. You're walking down the street late at night.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's two people on the street, and one is on the left and one is on the right. Both of them are black, right? So
okay.
let's say.
So where am I gonna go?
Let's say you had. Yeah. Let's say you had information that one of them potentially wanted to commit murder. And let's say you had no information on the other guy at all. No, hold on. Which person, so the person that has contemplated murder before and we have suspicion to believe that he may murder one day is on the left side. And the person that we have no information on is on the right side. Where would you walk? Both of these people are black.
I would walk on the right side, but that's because you've introduced a new corollary variable into your analogy. So it is no longer the original question. It's a new question.
What's the new corollary variable that I introduced?
Well, if you said one person was a black person who I knew had a 10% chance of mugging me, and the other person is just a random black person, but black people on average have a 10% chance of mugging you, which would be the true analogy, then I would say it doesn't matter which side I walk on, because I know on average they're going to be the same.
Why don't I just ask the question, Mr. Drill, are you okay with discriminating with people on the basis of their pedophilic attraction?
I'll just let him
Yeah.
say no.
Well, discrimination being like you can't work at a school?
Policies and attitudes like that, yes.
Attitudes
okay
like
with
that,
right?
for the purposes of protecting children, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with similar things with respect to race?
No. And I want to
Okay.
explain why.
Yeah, no, that's the fundamental question, whether or not discrimination.
That's what it was kind of funny when I said to Doobie, we feel about pedophiles the way you feel about black people, but I'm serious. Like it's just an emotional argument. I mean, we just believe and we feel that it's not fair to do that to somebody based on how they look. It just feels wrong. And even the percentages might be the same, but in one case we feel it, in another case we don't. And Doobie, I think that's what you're not getting about this, is that
it also has to
I do get that. Hold on. So to be clear, I'm not afraid of black people. Right? I don't cross the street when a black person's walking. So
what, do you have a death wish?
I'm also not afraid of black people. I didn't know we were doing that.
What I'm saying, what I'm proposing. Well, because you guys have said that I'm racist.
I'm assuming everybody that didn't say that is afraid of black people.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone who didn't speak up, you're afraid of
even if you say you're afraid of black, you're not afraid of black people. You didn't mention all the other racial groups. You must be afraid of them. Right. So
I'm afraid of some of the other ones. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. Keep going.
Okay, wait. So,
damn Italians.
Fuck, you threw me off. Wait, no, I got it. Okay, so I'm not saying that I feel this way, right? That I would cross the street, or that I would or that I wouldn't.
That's not what I just said. What I said is
no, stop, please. I'd like to. Just,
racial discrimination does not pull at your heartstrings the way it does for the rest of the panel. I don't want to talk about this anymore. You just don't care as much. You don't have to explain why. It doesn't matter why.
You're not understanding, right? I
do. You just don't care as much.
I care more than you do. That's the reality.
Oh.
Right? What I'm proposing is that we should have empathy for the woman that chooses to cross the street, for the dude who sees a group of black guys coming toward him in an alley.
I'm talking about having empathy for the black person.
Empathy for those people and not call them immoral for taking an extra step.
I'm talking about having empathy for black people.
Doobie, why isn't that for racial hiring? Doobie, would you offer this? If there was evidence that said that black people were somehow correlated with worse employees, why wouldn't you have empathy for someone who refuses to hire black people, or would you?
Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Okay, so then
I said earlier,
okay, that's fine. I also think we should have empathy for racist people who don't want to hire black people. And Doobie, I empathize with you and your stances. What I'm pointing out to you, and this is not a value judgment, is that you simply seem to not emotionally understand why when the rest of us picture a black person walking down the street and then they see a white woman come toward them, dart across the street, the rest of us get upset thinking about how it feels to be that black person, and you do not care enough about that to understand why we're saying.
I do. I do understand it.
But you don't feel this.
You guys don't care. That
you
guys
don't feel
care.
As strongly about it as the rest of us, right?
Not true. So what I'm saying is that you guys don't seem to care. Oh my God! You guys don't seem to the same level of care and empathy toward the woman who might be afraid.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let me lay this out really clearly.
I do have empathy.
We have run out of time for this particular topic.
I have one final statement I want to say. I have one final thing I want to say.
You can add that to your intro for the next one. We're moving on.
Well, then why? What's the difference?
We can add all that. Then the difference is I said this is how it's going to go. So
okay.
That's the difference. Right?
Okay, my intro for the next one's going to be my statement on this.
Sure, that's perfectly fine. All right. To my audience, if you've been enjoying this content, right, that we do 6 nights a week, right, and you haven't done so yet, hit that follow button right now. Hit that follow button, make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do this all the time, have content just like this. We have these closed panels. We also have open panels, which we'll have after this one, where audience members like you, yes, you, may be a part of. right? So if you want to get on, talk about these issues or some other issues, right? Then please be so kind as to hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on. And we got a hype train going on right now. Thank you so very much. If you want to support this channel, support the content, right? Consider subbing, gifting bits, or gifting subs. Thank you to all who just helped out, like Nirvana and NJ Palms. Again, NJ Palms has been great. And someone else, Alf, yeah, for resubbing. But yeah, support the channel, support the community. Much appreciated. Okay. And exclamation point. Oh, live a little. Thank you for the thank you for the subs. It means a lot. All right, exclamation point social and chat for our social media. Right, follow us on Twitter for channel updates. Discord's where the heart and soul of the community is where we have all our conversations, including this one. Right, and YouTube is where you'll find the VODs. So if you missed anything, go to YouTube, watch the VODs there. Like, comment, subscribe, consider becoming a member there. Hitting that join button to support the community. All right. And again, we're at level 2 hype train, 40% done, 60% left. So we can get to level 3 hype train. Thank you for the ones who are helping out so far. Sub, gift bits, or gift subs, all that helps us out a ton. All right, we're gonna go to our next topic. This topic is interesting, I think. I know it's interesting because it was difficult staffing this particular filling out this particular panel because of this question. A lot of people did not want to be a part of this panel because of this particular question.
Really?
Yeah, that's like not a joke. I got a lot of no's because of this particular question. So I think it might be interesting. We'll give it a shot. All right. Topic 3. In January, a reality TV show titled I Am Shauna Ray will premiere. This show will feature a woman who suffered an injury to her pituitary gland due to complications from brain cancer. This has stunted her growth and left her in a body resembling an 8-year-old.
Oh, baby.
How should society react to individuals like her? What if a person like this engaged in public displays of romantic affection with another grown adult? What action should passerbys take? What if a person like this decided to go into the adult industry? And if it was possible to recreate this effect through cosmetic surgery, should society allow it? Okay, so multiple things. This woman, yes, her name is Shauna Ray. I'm gonna put the link to the article, to an article talking about this in my Twitch chat and in my Discord in the VC chat section. So you guys can check it out. So this person does not look like someone someone who has dwarfism, right? If you look at this woman, like, she does look like a child, like exactly in terms of proportions. She is perfectly proportionate to a child. And so since you can't tell otherwise, that could lead to some issues when operating in public. Okay. Now this is the next part. I already let my panelists know, but I'll let you know too, right? So what we're not going to do is focus on this particular woman and her sexual habits, right? That'd be weird. It'd be creepy, right? I just want to use her as a jumping off point for this conversation. Now that you know this is actually possible, right? We don't even have to mention her name again, right? We can instead use a hypothetical person, Billy Batson. Let's try that, right? Billy Batson, with the body of a child, like a 10-year-old boy, right? But is a 25-year-old man, right? So we'll do that. We won't focus in on this one woman.
Can we do two sexes? That can be Billy and I don't know, a B girl name.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Wasn't Billy for the girl?
Billy can also be a girl's name. It's kind of sex. But anyway, okay. So just putting that out there, okay? All right. So now you've seen, all right? This is the meme, guys. This is the meme, right? We've heard this before, right? You've heard this in the anime talk, right? One side will say there is like in anime, there is little girls, lollies, right? That are used as sex objects, right? And then the other side will say, well, that child is actually 800 years old, right? And then the other side will say, well, that's completely silly, right? That just doesn't actually happen in reality. But this is it. This is it. A person who looks like a child, actually like a child, who is above the age majority. So I'm really curious what you all have to say. Let's do intros. So, and how about the hype train? That's kind of die. But anyway, thank you so much. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay. I understand that it's an interesting topic and people like taking very fringe cases that are not really relevant to the general population and like sensationalize it. So that's that. I'll discuss the topic, but it is kind of weird because it's like, it's not a big issue, like big social issue. It's like a few cases. Secondly, I am unfortunately going to agree a lot, probably, with Mr. Girl on this.
Hey.
And I'm uncomfortable with that because...
Me too.
Thanks. So I have my own opinions on this, but there's kind of an issue because the segment we just came off of kind of equated being black to being a pedophile. As in having pedophilic tendencies, and I like reject that. So everything I'm going to say from now onwards is unrelated to that because that's disgusting and wrong and stupid and yeah. In terms of the actual thing, pedophilia also has to do with, yes, there's the sexual attraction, but like the mental age of the person that matters too. The reason why pedophilia is wrong is because children can't consent. This adult person can consent, therefore they can do whatever the fuck they want with whoever they want to do it. I'm done.
Okay.
Can I do my intro?
No, you want? All right.
For my intro, I just want to say it was really funny that Mr. Girl said he wanted to do his intro last, so people couldn't respond to his intro, and somebody managed to respond to his intro before he gave it.
Ooh.
That's very funny to me.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's not
I'm
right.
done. Okay, that's my whole intro. Oh, don't fight kids. There you go. That's so we can be brave on that one too.
Okay, epic.
Okay. All right, boy.
All right, yeah. So I guess I'm going to give my take on this, and I think it's important to touch on the television program that will be airing, not in relation to the individual who's being covered, of course, but I think that televising potential relations between someone who's on a TV show who has the appearance of a minor, that could be an overall net negative to society. I think personally that when we see, like on a moral level, right, when we see shows normalizing someone who appears like a minor, and it might portray, I'm not too sure because, again, the show, as far as I'm aware, hasn't aired yet, right?
I believe next week is when it's going to start.
Yeah, right. Okay. So I think an issue that might come is we're going to have a big television program with people who look, or a person who looks like a child despite being over the age of majority. And what happens is we put on a national stage to an impressionable audience of people who might not, give the time to the program to sit down and watch it. They see someone who looks young, and I'm talking most notably about kids here because they have access to television programs, right? They might see a show like this, and again, if they see a TV show like this where there's someone who looks like a minor and is in a relationship with someone who is an adult, I think that there's a huge problem with potentially kids being exposed to this type of content or TV that, they're going to think that something like this, someone who looks like them, is engaging in a relationship with an adult, and that's going to be problematic. I think also that in regards to like the societal implication of people getting cosmetic processes like this done to themselves, that's also very problematic because once again, I think it normalizes the fetishization of minors, which to me is overall problematic if we want to talk about actually reducing offenses overall. Which I'm not going to hold this against Mr. Girl, okay? Because he seems like a swell fella from this panel.
Thank you.
I'll speed it up. But basically what I'm just going to say here is that I think it's definitely a moral problem, and I'm not too sure where we should stand on the legality, but societally I think these things should be looked down upon.
Let's keep our statements a little bit short so we can jump right into it.
Once again, I'm sorry for that, Prime.
I just want to say that Doobie is a racist.
True.
Confirmed.
and-
Confirmed.
Racist confirmed. Thank you, Juby, for coming out to us as a racist. This is a safe space. And and I kind of agree with Katie as well. She's an adult. My feelings to this, I think, are more like I feel for people who might have this very rare condition. Because I think I watched like the little trailer, and she said she attracts creeps, but again, she's an adult. She can tell when people are being creepy. Where if an actual child might not be able to see that because they're cognitive function, they're children. Whereas she is able to be like, this person only wants me because I look this way. And I think that is a big difference. So I don't know. I don't know about platforming it. I feel like I kind of agree with Dylan in that way. But again, she's an adult. She should be able to. She obviously made the decision to be on the show, so that's it. Also, yeah, Doobie's a racist.
GSU.
Yeah, so in the last section, is there like, do y'all hear the people talking in the background?
Yeah, there's...
Yes.
Not me. It's not me. Sorry, I don't know who it is, but it's not me.
It's Destiny. Jesus Christ.
Hi, Melina!
Gambit, please.
But yeah, so in the last panel, in the last topic, Doobie admitted that he's for stop and frisk, and he's for throwing black resumes in the trash because they may or may not have turned out to be bad candidates. I just want to point that so everybody understands what happened. But in this topic, so for this specific Billy, I think Billy can do whatever they want. I think that Billy is an adult, and I think it's a very unfortunate situation. But I think this person should be allowed to live their life as an adult, and hopefully they don't go into porn. But they're probably going to throw massive amounts of money at this person. It's going to be disgusting. Now, the part that nobody's really responded to that I'm more interested in is the last part was, and if it's possible to recreate this effect through cosmetic surgery, should society allow it? I want to take a very firm stance against this. I think that's disgusting. I think that's going to allow gamification, and it's going to embolden like porn or pedophiles and a bunch of other things. So I'm completely against it in every way. I don't think it should be allowed at all. But I think people who come to this situation due to their like biological reality, we have to let them live, but we have to understand also all the stuff Dylan brought up is going to be injurious impacts. But yeah,
Let's go to Pisco next.
Yeah, first of all, I want to associate myself with Gambit, Fawn, and Katie in condemning Doobie's stance and attitude in the previous section. I think his comparison was laughable. Obviously, there are strong bases to discriminate on the basis of certain things, and strong bases not to discriminate on other things. So I think that was reprehensible, and I'm glad that everyone said that was what it was. On this, I think the question of sort of legality or should this be allowed, I think obviously the problem with children associated and having illegal relationships with adults is the fact that they can't consent, among other problems with it, and this kind of wipes that away in terms of the actual legality of the act. I'm a little bit more concerned with some comments about potentially sort of like stifling the show. I think that if you're on board this train of just shutting down this program, I think that I would sort of be more against the pageant shows before this kind of real life documentary at someone and their troubles. I don't actually think that this kind of show, I don't know what the show is going to be ultimately until you see it. I don't know that this show is going to be a glamorization of that attitude. And certainly I think I would be, unless there's other stuff there that I'm not aware of, I would be against shutting it down just because of the bad effects that we think it might have in society.
Okay. All right. Next, we will, you can go.
Thank you. So I just want to congratulate everybody here who condemned me about being so brave as to be anti-stop and frisk in 2022. That's beautiful. But on the topic, I think that the problem with pedophilia isn't specifically the attraction to prepubescent children. It's the fact that a child needs to be victimized in some way for you to engage with the object of that attraction. And so given that she's an adult, If we're going to have legalized pornography, she should be able to make it because no child is being harmed in that interaction. If studies show overall that allowing pedophiles to have access to child porn in a clinical setting would reduce child molestation overall, maybe this would be a good substitute, right? And if people want to, get surgeries to make themselves look like children, let them. We allow other types of extreme body modification. I can't think of a good reason to draw the line here. I think it's reasonable for people to assume that her sexual partners might be pedophiles, but even if they were, it'd be totally fine, right? If they're attracted to prepubescent bodies, she's got a prepubescent body, fucking go for it. This might be the holy grail for pedophiles. I think it's totally fine.
Mr. Girl.
The holy grail, huh? First, in response, my final statement on the last topic, I would rather... You seem very concerned about the image of white women getting raped by black men by the side of the road. I would rather white women get raped so much by black men and impregnated. Jewish women, perfect, beautiful Jewish women, raped by black men so much that the Jewish race ceased to exist, then tell black people that they have to be second-class citizens subject to institutionalized racism. And I think that the strength of that feeling, I think, in the rest of the panel is what you still don't really understand, Doobie.
Let us be raped, Doobie. Let us do it.
Mr. Girl, finish your... Yeah. You have anything else to say?
On this new topic, there's a common perception that you are your brain inside your body, piloting your body, like you're in a mech suit. And I don't agree with that. I believe that you are your body. So I do think there's a certain right to be railed that we should respect here. I think that she should be allowed to have sex and date as we all have the right to do, but I don't think she should be allowed to be in porn because if your body is 8, then in a way you are 8. I think what we're grappling with is that she is not one age. She's one age in one way and another age in another way. And I don't think that if there was an 8-year-old whose brain tested somehow had the opposite condition, has the brain of a 30-year-old, that then it would be okay to let them be in porn. Like the age of the brain, I don't think is the thing that keeps people out of porn, or should be. I think it's the age of the body. So I think some doctor should come, evaluate her body in some objective way, and declare her body is 8. And so for the purposes of various whatever industries, particularly porn, she is 8. I don't think she should be allowed to be in porn.
Oh boy. Open to the panel.
All right, well, that's
Wait,
all.
hold on.
All right.
So are you saying that she can't be in porn because it might hurt her body somehow? Like she might do damage to herself?
No, because it's bad for the rest of us. It's bad for children. It's bad for children who are going to be kidnapped and then be brain damaged in this exact same way, so they can later legally or be pressured into it. You're saying should people let me finish. You said should people be allowed to have this operation so they look like children? I assume the damage has to be done when they are children. So should you be able to invest in your future child porn career when you're 8 by breaking your pituitary gland? I don't think that should be allowed. I don't think we should encourage
but it's
it.
not child porn. This is so silly, right? So if we allow other types,
I believe it is child porn. Okay, do you accept?
How is it child porn if she's an adult?
Do you accept that I believe that if your body is 8, then you are 8? In fact, accept
her body is 20-something years old.
Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you accept that I have this crazy belief that you're not going to be able to change right now, that the age of your body, and that is the phenotypical appearance of your body compared to somebody of another age, could be different from the actual age of your body? Do you believe
it's not subject to change? You don't want to discuss that? I mean, why would
no. Just for the rest of the sentence. Yeah, I know. Just for the rest of the sentence.
I can respond to that really quickly.
No. Just yes or no. Do you accept that I believe that?
I accept it, but I'd like to ask you a question.
I don't want to answer your question. I want you to let me finish what I'm saying.
You don't want to have it.
I don't care about your question. I understand. I get what you're saying. I want you to just let me finish now that you've accepted that I believe what I believe. I just want to say one more sentence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Given that I believe that this
No
person.
shit, your conclusion is going to make sense if we believe what you believe.
Wait, look,
Yeah, you're wrong.
That's fine. That's totally fine that you think that. I accept that you think that. But let me just finish my sentence. Given that I believe that there is no one age that your entire body is, actually, when it, in terms of maturity. It's just kind of like an average thing. By the time you've been on the earth for this long, you approximately look like this. Actually, we all age at different rates. And if given that I believe that the age of a person's brain is not the sole determining factor of whether or not they should be in a fucking porno, you can see why I don't think we should put her in a porno, because once you start fucking, your body, when it's being filmed, becomes much more the important part of you than your brain. So I would say that when she is in porn, it is child porn.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
And I'm against child porn.
Wait, you made a distinction between the act itself and the pornography. Why would you make a distinction?
Thank you.
You just told me that there is this distinction that justifies disparate treatment in respect to pornography.
Yes.
But you want the act itself to be legal. Explain that under your own framework.
Because I think that there's a balancing act. I am okay with depriving the rest of us, however much we might like it, the chance to watch an 8-year-old get fucked by an adult. But I am not okay. But I am not okay with depriving this person who has the emotional.
Take your own argument to its logical conclusion. Take your own argument to its logical conclusion.
I am okay with depriving. Okay, let me put it this way. You're going to
incentivize people. Let me finish. You're going to incentivize people to break their own pituitary glands, and you're going to incentivize them at the early age to give up their autonomy and break their pituitary glands and have the act itself, not the image. So explain that.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with depriving the rest of us the chance to watch her get fucked. But I am not okay with depriving her of the chance to get fucked. That is, I'm okay with depriving us. I'm okay with depriving us of her body, but I'm not okay with depriving her brain.
What if she wants to film herself? What
Yes,
if Billy wants to film themselves?
I don't think she should.
That's depriving them of their right to do and film sex like the rest of us can.
Yes, I don't think. Yes, exactly. I don't think she should be allowed to film herself. I don't think she should be allowed to film.
Autonomy for the act, but not for the video. No autonomy for the video.
I don't think she should be allowed to film herself having sex. I think if she does that,
the autonomy argument is the same.
What if somebody kidnaps you and they tattoo child porn on your body? Should you be allowed to do? And that child porn is a pixel perfect copy of real child porn. So it's a real child that was raped for child porn. What if somebody kidnaps you, tattoos child porn on your body? Should you be allowed to film adult videos where everybody can see that child porn?
Are we assuming for the purpose of your?
I want Pisco to answer that one.
Okay.
Wait.
An irremovable tattoo is tattooed on your body, and it's child porn of another child, and they didn't consent to it. Should they be allowed to film?
It's a holographic. Make it a holographic video that's tattooed on your body.
Yeah. And I want like a real answer on the distinction he's making between the act itself and pornography. But I'll answer it. The same production harm rationale that justifies the per se ban on child porn in general justifies the ban as applied in the individual case, autonomy notwithstanding. But Mr. Girl just made an argument that autonomy was important to him. He didn't want to deprive someone of the right to have a sexual act, but he is going to deprive someone of the right to make their own video of it. And
wait, hold on. Why do you phrase it that way?
What do you mean?
We have 16-year-olds have the right to have sex with themselves if they want to, but they don't have the right to film it. That's not ridiculous.
It seems weird.
No, hold on, wait. That's not an argument. You can't say it seems weird. I'm saying you can't throw a whole bunch of legalese and then be like, it seems that he has the right to have the autonomy to fuck himself, but he can't make videos of it. That's totally rational.
Yeah, I mean, we don't arrest 8-year-olds for having sex with each other either. You're legally allowed to have sex at any age, but you're not legally allowed to film it.
He mentioned broadly two rationales for why it was okay to allow this person to actually have sex, but not allow the pornography. One was societal facing. We're just going to encourage all these people to break their pituitary glands, and then they're going to be promulgating this stuff at an early age, which, by the way, is ridiculous that you think that people are going to be incentivized to break their pituitary glands. And the second had to do with their autonomy to engage in the act. And
are you kidding me? There are already people taking puberty blockers because they don't want to change their gender. You're saying that people aren't going to take puberty blockers because they want to change their age? The more medical technology you put out there, people are going to use it, especially kids.
What you're talking about is with respect to gender reassignment and gender-related surgeries. It's not with respect to staying a child forever.
No, but it's about
You don't think it
being.
could be used that way? You don't think it could be
What I'm
used that
saying
way?
is, I don't think it's a big. Right now, and maybe I'll be proven wrong in time. But I don't think there's like a big tendency.
Okay, so what is your problem with what I said? That the justification for not letting
deal with the actual substance of what I'm saying. So I could be wrong about that. But the substance of what I'm saying is, you were looking to society and you were saying you're going to incentivize people to purposely break their pituitary glands at an early age. That was number one. The societal
part of the question put to us was, should we allow people to go through this procedure if they want to?
I'll finish what I'm saying. So one is the societal implications. Number two was because you don't want to deprive someone of the autonomy of the physical act.
Yes.
For my question is, why deprive them of the right to film themselves if that's what they want to do? How you distinguish from those rights? Because clearly Destiny says you can distinguish them. My question is why? And
the same reason that I'm not allowed to jack off at Starbucks.
Number two is, why don't the same societal arguments apply in the case of having sex? If you let these people have sex, you're going to encourage people to break their pituitary glands, aren't you?
Yes. Yes. So do you agree? Do you agree that it is a tricky situation, and that's why we're being asked the hypothetical that?
Tricky, but I'm
okay. So within that trickiness,
Can I please ask Mr. Girl a question?
Wait, no. Actually, you can't. You can't. Let me. I want to respond to Pisco. I want to answer your question. So within the murky, confusing fog of this hypothetical, which is designed to have no easy answer, my internal moral compass leads me along the following path. I don't think it's right to deprive her of her personal sexual life or experiences. However, and if she wants to be a huge slut, that's fine. However, I do think that at a certain point, if we're going to be duplicating and make her the most famous porn star ever in all of history and have this widespread effect on our how we see children and how we think about children, access to child porn and legal child porn, I don't feel okay with doing that. I think that is going too far.
Would you ban the documentary? Would you ban the documentary? And when she's talking about having sex with real people, I mean, surely that will do similar things, right?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't ban that because I'm more okay with banning something that I perceive to be child porn than I am okay with banning something that I perceive to be free. That I just like the First Amendment does not protect child porn, so neither does my moral compass.
Okay, so Mr. Girl, Pisco, please. So I think you said that your position is that people are the age of the bodies, right? So
no. Let me clarify. My position is that you are not actually any age. The age that you've been on the earth for X years is not exactly the same as the age of your body. This is why some people look old at some ages or young at some ages, that their body is actually more developed or less developed. In the case of this, and so to simplify, we just say you are the age that you are chronologically. But in this case, when someone is drastically not as developed as they should be chronologically, then the word age is called into question. And I submit to you that we should have a dual age for somebody like that. So she has the mind of a 30-year-old or whatever, but she has the body of an 8-year-old, and to me that does not mean that she is in her brain. It means that overall, and I think this is weird to conceptualize, but overall she actually has two ages simultaneously, and the most relevant age when you're in porn is that
but not for fucking. The relevant age.
Wait, hold on, no, stop. Wait, what? No, wait.
The reason the age when you're in porn is the reason the age in porn is more relevant is because it has a negative effect on everybody around you, a drastically negative effect, very widespread, I think, on society. And the age, and I'm not saying I feel bad for her. I don't want to protect her from being in porn. It's to protect everybody else. However, if she's just fucking, 10 people across her life, I don't think that's the kind of damage that is worth. Just like when we're Wayne crossing the street, I don't think that kind of damage is comparable to the damage inflicted on her and on society by telling everybody we're going to somehow logistically, legally, with the authoritarian hammer, prevent her from having sex.
Okay, so if this is the case, why isn't this just an argument that justifies the very typical pedophile line, right? That this girl, this boy looks older than they are. They are very developed at 14 years old.
Mhm.
They have an adult quote unquote body, and they're much more mature in their mind than someone that's normally their age.
Well, I think we all agree that. I think we all
take that position and say
because
that, hey, this 14-year-old is actually their body looks a lot older. Their mind might be a little more mature than the average 14-year-old.
yes, if you could get an expert,
justify having sex with that 14-year-old.
if you could get an expert psychiatrist and physician to sit down with a 14-year-old and somehow prove that they have the mind of a 25-year-old and also the body of a 25-year-old, then I'm fine with that person having sex with other adults. However, I don't think we should do that. I don't think there's really a point to it. They can just wait. And I'm comfortable with telling 14. I'm comfortable with telling 14-year-olds. I'm comfortable with telling 14-year-olds the age of consent in half the U.S. is 16. The rest of it is 18. Just wait.
Wait.
You'll be fine.
What if it were an 11-year-old? Like, would he still have that same line? If they go to a psychologist or whatever.
As a soft spot as I may have for 11-year-olds, I would still have to say, I think that you can wait. Yes. Just wait till you're older.
Why would they wait?
Why would you say that?
If their body looks 25 and they're mentally 25, what damage are they doing to society?
Because the practicality of carrying out what you're talking about involves taking 11-year-olds to experts to get them analyzed to see if they can.
What's wrong with that?
If you can fuck them. Well, the problem with it, what's wrong with it is that the problem with it is that if you take an 11-year-old who actually has the body of an 11-year-old and the mind of an 11-year-old and bring them somewhere to get tested to see if you're allowed to fuck them, it's child abuse. So there's no practical way to do what you're talking about.
What if this 11-year-old has developed very early, right? So
I understand the premise of your question. I get it. They look and sound just like a 25-year-old.
So if this is a decision that they want to make for themselves, right? What's the issue?
Are you saying
the issue is that they are 11. So we've decided that a clean, simple cutoff age.
Mr. Girl, hold on.
Yeah.
Doobie, are you saying that an 11-year-old that has a more developed body should be allowed to engage in sex and engage?
No, I'm saying that's the logical conclusion of his position.
No, my position is erring on the side of caution. So no, it's not that you can't take my position and
Mr. Girl.
You cannot create. You can't flip my position and then say I hold the opposite position. That's not true.
No, I'm saying. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, if we wanted to hold a more consistent position here, we should just say that having intercourse with all 11-year-olds is bad because the broad implications of people thinking that despite this person having the mental and physical age of a 25-year-old, they're still 11. Which is still going to.
Well, no. His point is that by what I'm saying is that they're not actually 11. They're just chronologically 11. But what I'm saying is, in the interest of protecting children and preventing rape, I'm saying we can take chronological age, brain age, body age, as evaluated by experts, and if any of them are below 18. You can't be in porn, especially if they're 8. Especially if they're 8. Oh, so okay. So we could say if your body age, if you're a little under.
Wait, did you just fail your own test? You said if any of them are below a certain threshold, you don't allow sexual activity.
No, I said you. No, I said you can't be in porn.
He said porn.
I said porn.
You said if any of those lines.
No, he said
Porn. Sexual activity is okay. Porn is not okay.
So you would be okay with an expert coming up and making an evaluation that their mind is of a 25-year-old, and then sexual activity is okay for someone who's underage. Is that correct?
I'm okay with it in theory. The problem with that is that I think the act of doing that is child abuse if you're wrong, and I think that it's kind of creepy in general in society to be taking people to experts to find out if you can circumvent our consent laws. So no, I'm not okay with that in any way other than this thought experiment that you're putting to me now. In practice, I'm fine with telling people you're too young to have sex. You should wait a few years. When you are chronologically the age of consent in your local jurisdiction, you can have sex. If you want to have sex with somebody else who's the same chronological age as you or within 2 or 3 years, whatever the laws, then you can do that. But you can't be in porn.
And the argument is because it has bad effects for society, right? So by that logic, why don't just like ban all porn? Why wouldn't you be able to ban all porn? Because there are studies that show that pornography is harmful to society that Doobie cites all the time. You should be familiar with this.
I think child porn. I have a threshold for porn damage that I'm allowed to. I like porn. and a lot of people like porn, and I want to keep watching it. I've even made some, and being on both ends of it, I'm okay with. I'm okay with.
Did you make legal porn?
What?
Please don't. Wait, hold on.
Let's go.
Wait,
Let's go to. Hold on. Let's go to Katie.
Yay! Okay, so this is like a complete waste of time, what you're doing right now.
Who?
Because I'm going to assume, and not you, you're good. Everyone else, you're doing fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'm going to assume that the reason why all this mental gymnastics is happening is because Mr. Girl thinks that a person like this engaging in porn will have very material harm towards children.
Yes.
And we're working on the assumption that when we say children, we mean human beings that are mentally and physically the age under like prepubescent, okay?
Yes.
Under 18.
No. Under 18 is not children. There's a gap there of like teenagers. It's a different thing. Yes.
I want to hear how far you're going to take this. I'll wait.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Cool. Okay. So this is like redundant. Again, I would like to clarify. People need to ask themselves, what is the problem with children engaging in sexual activities with adults? And the answer is children cannot consent. If children could consent and give valid consent, it wouldn't be an issue, but that's not the case. There might
they wouldn't be
fringe,
children.
Weird situations where there's someone that you could like bring a psychiatrist and say this 11-year-old is really mature. I would say that shouldn't happen. I would agree that we should err on the side of caution with that and just say, from this age, you just can't consent to sex. You just can't. Sorry. But that is the issue with children having sex and children engaging in pornography. Anything else is just like
Then you
stupid.
disagree with Mr. Girl. Because Mr. Girl said, obviously he says that person could consent who he's talking about. And so you would agree.
The reason why he's saying this like that is because he's worried that this hypothetical person engaging in porn is going to have very bad repercussions for children. I was going to make the argument that research is unconclusive on this at this point, but as Doobie said, people with that disorder, if research said that like watching pornographic material, the problem with child porn is that children, again, cannot consent to engaging in that behavior. If we had children that had the minds of adults that can consent, like this hypothetical person, then that would be fine.
This person can consent, so it would be fine.
That's the hypothetical.
From the beginning, I have no problem with her doing porn.
I need to get in here really quickly because I think it's important to say that this is kind of one of those philosophical cases where philosophically, I'm an act utilitarian, but kind of rules here have a more strong benefit to society overall. The reason we should tell these people to wait, despite whether they're developed or not, is because we know more broadly that having the age of consent to be whenever people are an adult is going to like reduce the harm that comes with people just being like, yep, well, this person seems like an adult, so I can rail him now. It's like, no, we have these rules for a reason because they serve a benefit to society. We should just be telling people to wait unconditionally in regard to this.
Yeah, and the rules as they currently are.
Did anyone disagree with that?
We should absolutely be able to make porn, and I don't understand why people in chat are pushing back against this. Because we all know that if she had an OnlyFans, most of you fucks would be subscribed to it. Okay.
No. I think the issue is that I think one of the things that we're getting at in terms of her making porn is that when certain girls get really popular doing porn in certain ways, everybody starts to imitate that thing, okay? For a while, it seemed like everybody wanted to be Belle Delphine, like doing like the kind of kid aesthetics and all that bullshit or whatever, right? If you have a girl that gets like massively popular and she is a child, essentially, I think that you're going to create a market for that kind of thing. Now, whether that's incentivizing like actual underage people to start making porn or to people to like skirt the line and look more and more underage, or for people to try to have this whatever disease or whatever to try together, I think that's the issue that was being brought up. It's like a hypothetical.
That undercuts your own argument with respect to your accusations of being in favor of CP, because you said yourself that if there's a therapeutic purpose, and remember, we're not even talking about massively distributing this. This is a private. Mr. Girl said that he would ban her recording herself for her own private usage, and so we're not.
Wait,
No,
did he?
no,
Hold on,
no.
hold on, hold on.
No,
No,
no.
I don't think he said
Yes,
that.
you did. You said you would ban recording it.
Assuming the
His
recordings are
internal
going to
logic
leak.
Sucks. It's only like that because he's worried about the material harms that
Yes.
that's having
distribution.
that. It
There's
doesn't actually
implications to
make sense.
distribution, right? There's implications to the distribution of that material.
Yes, I think
why
so.
are
So
we
if we were
talking
telling
about
me
this
it's a airtight vault that it's never going to escape, and she wants to jack off to herself jacking off, okay, that's fine.
So Dustin, I ask you, I mean, with equal force, people have said that same thing about your argument in the Brittany
This
Denke
isn't about
situation.
my argument. I'm not getting into all that shit.
No, that you said that, by allowing this, you're going to make a market for it, and you fought vigorously against that. Why aren't you arguing against Mr. Girl's own?
I'm not. This isn't my. I'm not even. I haven't even
What's your
added a
thoughts
single
on
thing. I don't have thought. No, none of you even agree on what the fuck you're talking about right now. I'm just trying to give some clarity for the topic being discussed. There's like six
but
different
my
political
idea is the
issues
best, right?
on whether like she has the same body or not, or whether or not children. I guess we all agree children can't consent. To whether she can film things publicly or private. There's like 6 different conversations happening. Like, can somebody with a I don't know. I was just.
What do you think you're going to make a market for it, Destiny?
Just
Do I think you'll make a market for it? I personally
by
don't.
filming.
Well, I think that you'll make a market for people looking increasingly younger and younger and younger. I think that's becoming a more popular thing with women online, especially now with like the million filters, the plastic surgeries, everything else that goes on. But
Yeah,
will you make a market for
without
child
this
porn?
lady doing child porn.
Yeah.
Without this lady doing porn. That's a trend that's happening regardless.
Let's say this is true, right? So a market is made, and adults are intentionally making themselves look younger and younger online in porn. Is that a problem? Even if this became an extremely popular subset of like porn for pedophiles, is that a problem? And if there are studies that show that giving pedophiles access to child porn might reduce child molestation, why couldn't this be a good substitute for it?
Because
why,
I think
why
that
is it an issue that pedophiles will
I think that the technology is getting there where you will be able to create photorealistic or simulated child porn of whatever therapeutic value that you need. And even if you created something digitally that looked exactly identical to this woman having sex, I think that the knowledge that it is a actual real 8-year-old body is different. I just think it causes a different kind of harm.
I understand this your position, but nobody, so far as I'm aware, nobody else here agrees that she's her body is 8 years old, even though the rest of her is 20 something, right? So we all agree that she looks 8 years old, right? But she's not, right? So I know that's your position.
Everybody but me agrees with that.
For everybody else,
but yes,
yeah,
everybody else.
Everybody else.
Okay.
So
I don't know if that's
everybody
true,
else.
but yes.
Okay, so for everybody else, what would be the issue, right, with a market being created where adult women were creating porn where they looked prepubescent to service pedophiles?
Yeah, that's morally reprehensible.
Why?
I do believe that
I think it's a solution.
I think it's morally reprehensible because right now the data is inconclusive and things. Okay, so it logically follows that exposing more people to this type of material that implicates children or a childlike presentation in this kind of media is bad because of the more broad implications it will have on society. We don't have the conclusive data on it, but this to me is where it logically follows. So as of right now, I'm completely against it.
Wait, hold on. So nobody here is advocating for actual children to do this, right? We're saying adult women want to do this thing, or maybe some adult men want to make themselves appear as young as possible in porn to service the pedophile community, which is I think it's 5% of the U.S. population is believed to have some pedophilic tendencies, men specifically. So there's a market there. If women want to serve that market, if this woman chose to start making porn to serve that market and made a ton of fucking money, what would be the problem with that, morally?
Right, because what I'm saying right now is that it encourages. Yeah, the point is that there's no data on this, and that to me it logically follows that when you normalize it. Yeah, okay. So when people normalize fetishizing having sex with children,
that's
not
going
to lead to
having sex with people who look prepubescent, not specifically with children. These are adult women that they'd be jerking off to.
That's
bullshit. Wait. So this kind of logic can be brought over to other fetishes for me as well. So when people do something like that, right, it encourages them to become more okay with people who look like children being propelled into the spotlight to be in pornography. This same logic applies with me and furries, me and people who think that Like doing
Okay,
that baby
I don't give a fuck
roleplay shit
about
is
that.
bad.
So long as actual children aren't doing this, what's the fucking
the other
problem?
thing-
These are
The
adults.
problem with it is that fetishizing something like this has the implication that something like this can be normalized, which makes it more okay.
We're
in
gonna
the public
normalize going
spotlight.
after a petite woman with small boobs.
The other thing is, this can be
shit?
shown. The other thing is,
Yeah.
it could be shown to kids and then used to like entice kids to do things that shouldn't happen, right? Like that's the other danger to this.
I mean, we do kind of have to open up to the fact that I think a lot that Dewey was just kind of touching on is that there are, and also just to mention like Belle Delphine, there are already adult content creators out there who are women who make themselves look very young or look very young already.
And morally, that's reprehensible.
Okay, I just wanted to see where everyone was on that.
I'll stand
You see
consistent
where
on
I'm
that.
Where do we draw? Because technically, like,
Yeah,
all makeup makes you look younger, and it's kind of
We
hard.
can
But where do you
say
draw
it-
the line on that, right?
Oh no, wait. We can
Yeah,
say
it's
that
hard to
these
draw the
things are
line.
disgusting, but maybe due to like people being adults, it has to be legal, right?
Yeah,
Those two
Gambit.
things
I mean,
can
yeah,
both
it
be
is.
true.
I think people aren't really willing to make the weighing that I think we need to be doing. Like, sure, it's morally reprehensible, but versus sexual freedom or freedom
I would
of speech?
like to answer the question.
Please, Katie, talk.
Thank you, Fawn. Thank you. Doobie.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so I think what Dylan is saying is reasonable in the logical framework that he's working on. I don't think he has the right conclusion of that logic trail. So it makes sense that if someone never had like a foot fetish and then they watched porn and then there was a bunch of feet stuff in it, and then a lady takes her shoes next to him and they're heterosexual, they might get a kick out of it at that point, or they might see it in a light they haven't seen it before.
Sex act, of course.
Wait, do you think that if I were to like,
Okay, thank you.
That was chapter
So-
1. Okay.
Okay, so Dylan is worried that that's going to happen when women that are capable of consenting will be presenting like children, and then it would make people look at children in a more sexual way, and he's worried about the material harm that that would cause to children. I think that's a bit silly, because I don't know how Dylan feels about porn, but porn generally makes people look at women in that way more. Rape is wrong, sexual assault is wrong, molesting children is wrong. I don't think that controlling how much consenting porn production there is, so no one is hurt during the production of the porn, then needs to be like stopped because it might make people fetishize children. You shouldn't harm a child.
Can I ask you?
Wait, no, I need to respond to Katie first.
No, stop, please.
That was addressed to me, though.
You're going to
I know,
say icky, ew, bad, it's going to hurt children. We get it.
Yes, I am.
Katie,
Doobie, aren't
do you
you?
think that
We're
if I
not
were to
literally on
stumble
a
upon-
panel with you. Were you against porn? Aren't
I am
you
against porn. I am against
So
porn.
then why is this so
I'm
you should be against
I'm
it?
engaging with
Full
the
stop.
Against
idea.
porn, but not eight-year-old porn.
Given that we exist in a country where these are the rules, to get by our rules, this should be fine, right? So if you agree with porn, you shouldn't have a reason to disagree with this, right? Yes. I don't like porn. Right? So Katie, so do you think that if I were to stumble upon like a scat porn, for example, right?
What's
Wait,
that?
but you do VR porn.
Scat porn is let's say I was don't look it up. It's porn where someone has a fetish for feces. Getting shit on, rubbing shit on their faces.
Okay.
That's enough of that.
A woman shitting on your dick while you're fucking her. That's
Don't elaborate.
So.
Go back to being racist.
If I were to stumble upon this, right? Do you think that if you watched enough
This is
of that,
worse than racism, Fawn?
if you stumbled upon that, right, you watched the video, right? Maybe you stumbled upon it pretty often on some edgy porn website you're on. That eventually you would start to develop a sexual attraction to shit. Like I don't know if that's how that works, right? So I don't know.
That's not really what I meant. I was explaining the logical train of thought that Dylan is using to then say that he doesn't want that porn to be made.
Yeah, so Katie, I can actually address this, which is really nice because I think that porn that displays non-consensual acts is also immoral. That's the case as well.
But do you think it should be
That's
illegal?
wonderful.
I'm super vanilla, okay, guys? I'm super duper
Do you think it should be
vanilla, all right?
illegal?
Do I think it should be illegal? I'm out on the legality of it, but I'd say if I had like the power to manipulate the government
No.
right
Do you think
now-
it should be illegal?
Yes,
Right.
answer.
Okay. So Supreme Emperor Dylan can make it illegal right now. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, I think that we need to start making kind of firmer stances on this because I could say, well, it's reprehensible, blah blah blah, but and then you ask me if it should be legal, and I'm like, well, yeah, we need free speech. I think that's what we're talking about: is should these things be allowed?
Yeah.
So,
So you're talking from a moral framework, and a lot of people are working from like, are we going to forbid this?
Hold on 1 second. Destiny's been unusually quiet on this topic.
Yeah, he has been quiet. That's because he's argued firmly in other cases that there's ethical uses of actual child pornography who are people who are, the real.
I said that if the data showed, then sure, because I like less kids getting raped. This is like purely philosophical. I don't know if this is dependent upon there being more or less child rape in the world.
So what do you have to say about Mr. Girl's proposition that an adult's pornographic conduct should be illegal?
An adult's pornographic
Well, and I'm saying she's not an
adult.
I'm saying she's not an adult.
But you're wrong. So.
Well, I might be wrong, but that is what I'm. Whether I'm wrong, whether I'm wrong or not, you can't change my argument to something you think is more right before you submit it.
Girl. Destiny, please.
Yeah, but he's asking him what he thinks about something I didn't say.
A hypothetical person is not an adult, as you just said. Why can they have sex?
Hold on, wait, no,
because non-adults can.
Yeah.
Because I believe that she has.
Destiny,
I believe she has the body of a child and the mind of an adult. So she is neither an adult nor a child.
Okay, go ahead, Destiny.
Yeah. What is the question? Do I think that she should be allowed to, or do I agree with the stance that she should be allowed to have sex but not make porn?
Yeah.
I'd probably. So, I think the weird thing here, the thing that makes this so complicated, is that child porn is unique in how we treat it legally. Because for most things, we criminalize the act itself, but we don't criminalize viewing the act. So I can watch a snuff film, and there's no problem with that, but I can't kill somebody, or like pay for somebody to be killed. So I think that's where we get into like weird areas here with the kind of like child porn stuff. Like, if we're gonna have a society that makes it so that like child pornography is illegal, like the viewing and the ownership or whatever, then I think that you kind of have to have it set so that she isn't allowed to distribute child porn. That would be considered child porn. I think it would be.
I believe, go away, right?
What?
I actually.
You posited that there's a therapeutic use potentially that you could see.
That's a totally separate conversation. Where that's outside of the norm. For instance, I'm not. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, wait. You just made a big assertion. Shut the fuck up, okay? When you're talking about therapeutic use, that's way different. That's like asking me, like, do you think that fentanyl should be legal? And I'm like, well, for society, I think that's bad. It's like, oh, well, really? Well, you said that doctors should be able to prescribe fentanyl to patients. That's a totally different concept. So if you're talking about a therapeutic use, you're implying a medication, you're applying a prescription, you're applying a whole other process. Then should something be distributed to the public at large to be enjoyed recreationally? We're talking about recreational enjoyment of child porn. Now, in a society where things like child pornography, just the consumption of it, not the production of it, but the consumption of it is illegal, it seems strange to allow somebody that for all intents and purposes appears to be a child to create something that every single person consuming it will be illegal. It's a nonsense world, because then when you're viewing porn or whatever of a child, it's like, well, is this legal or illegal? I'm not sure. I need to go look up the certificate to see if it is or isn't. So in a society where child porn is illegal, she probably shouldn't be allowed to produce child porn.
But Destiny, one of the criticisms of someone like Belle Delphine is that she's intentionally making herself younger, so she looks younger than 18 years old, right? So you're saying that should be illegal, or that we should have?
I never said that should be illegal. I'm just saying that right now you're going to have a whole bunch of weird, unanswerable questions. As long as the consumption of child porn, just the consumption of it, is legal, because it is the only thing, as far as I'm aware, that's like that in all of our legal history.
The reason it's like that is because the basis of outline per se child pornography is the production harm. That's the.
Yeah, but that I don't care what that justification is. It's bullshit. It doesn't make any sense.
It's not bullshit.
Right? It is bullshit. It doesn't
just
matter
give
that.
the example of snuff.
I don't care that that's legal justification. So here's another example. Okay, when you legalize prostitution in areas, people always say it makes them safer. Blah blah blah. Bullshit. It increases sex trafficking. That's been proven time and time again. So the idea that like, well, when you legalize something, you're increasing the consumption of like a potentially negative thing. That's true of normal pornography as well. We don't make normal pornography illegal. We would never do it under that justification. Yeah, so I don't buy that justification. No. I think the justification is that children have a special thing because they make us feel a certain way, and we make that illegal because that's what it does and it makes us feel good. That's the
justification given is that the we want to quell the production of this pornography, and that is the purpose under which this is.
Yeah, but then why don't we make all pornography illegal then? Because we're incentivizing the production of a lot of people that make porn don't enjoy making porn. There's a lot of abuse there. There's a lot of sex trafficking there, but we don't use that same rationale there, even though we absolutely could. Why don't we?
The rationale is that there's a conceivable world in which pornography made conventionally is not. It does not entail this necessary production harm. The rationale, like the government, is every child pornography is like this, or at least so much of it.
There's a conceivable world where you film children in a park that are naked. There's a conceivable world where a 17-year-old makes child porn. I'm telling you that this, if you want to use this justification legally, that's fine, but I'm not going to use this for anything else because it totally doesn't make sense on a moral or ethical level. There's plenty of ways that we could conceive of making child porn that doesn't necessarily result in harm to children, but we don't buy that because children have a special set of protections under them because that's just how we view it. But as long as you have this weird incongruence, but this is the only thing that's illegal, and you're giving me a justification that's only applied to this, even though it could apply to a whole broader set of things, like for instance, what about drug use in music? That's a 1-to-1. People hear people do drugs, Juice WRLD ODs on shit, and kids are out buying fucking Xannies and shit. That's a 1-to-1 thing. But we don't. But that's not illegal. You can talk about all the drug use you want, right?
Yeah. Oh, boy,
that's why I'm saying I don't think that justification is used for anything else.
But
that's
the difference is, okay, but continually calling this woman a woman or saying that this is child porn she'd be making because she looks a certain way when she's actually a full-grown fucking adult, right? Maybe not full-grown.
Well, hold on, no. It's not about the production. No. Wait. It's not about the production of it. It's about the consumption of it. People watching it are consuming child porn. You are consuming child porn.
No, they're not. They're consuming porn of an adult woman.
No, that's not why they're consuming it, though. Okay.
Who cares why they're consuming it?
Because the consumption is banned. That's the whole point in our society.
Or non-com porn are watching it because they're like fantasizing about forcing a woman to have sex, about raping a woman, right? That moral condemnation doesn't lead us to banning rape porn, right? So even if the people who would consume this might be fucking pedophiles, or they probably are if they want to watch this lady have sex, right? What's the issue with us allowing that? Aside from the moral condemnation and us thinking it's icky. None?
I agree.
Can I ask
the answer is that if you want to let her film porn, you can do that, but then you need to make all child porn legal. That's the only logical conclusion.
How does that make any sense? How? How does that make any sense?
Because right now the consumption of child porn is banned, and when people are consuming her content, they're consuming child porn. If you want to make it, well, it's okay to...
No.
Okay, all right.
They're consuming...
They're probably... I see what you're saying. They're probably trying it.
It is not...
But they're probably trying to
They're pretending that she's a child. Who gives a fuck? Plenty of people who watch rape porn pretend that the woman is actually being raped.
No, you keep comparing to rape porn. The consumption of rape is not illegal. I can watch real videos of real people getting raped, and that's not illegal. That's why it's not a 1-to-1 comparison. That's what I'm telling you. This one thing is interesting because this is the only activity where the consumption of a particular crime, just watching it, is necessarily illegal. This is why it's a unique thing that makes it.
So do you think that there would be a good reason, a good argument for making the consumption of actual rape, for sexual gratification, watching rape to jerk off to it? Do you think we should make that illegal?
Yes.
I err on the side of free speech for a lot of this shit, so no.
Oh God.
But why not for this? She's an adult.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be illegal necessarily. I'm saying that it has to be tied to your child porn laws. If the consumption of child porn is illegal, then the consumption of porn of her, which is essentially the consumption of child porn, whether she's an adult or not, should probably be illegal. That's what I'm saying. It has to be congruent with the child porn laws.
Yeah, now take it to the logical extreme.
The child porn laws specifically outline that the film needs to involve a minor. She is not a minor. She looks like one, but she is not one. Right? So what's the fucking issue with it? It wouldn't even fall under the law.
I mean, the issue would be on the consumer.
We can make lots of arguments
intents and purpose
about people
of its use
right now
being used for that.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
hold on. You can look at like a gay.
What are you talking about? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
God.
We can look at like gay. We can look at gay king porn. To gay twink porn, or to porn where women are dressed as high school girls.
So much.
Some of these people are imagining that these are actual high school girls. That this twink dude is actually fucking 16 years old. That some of these people might be fucking pedos, right?
Yes,
so we wouldn't ban that. I know that you would say that we should ban it, but I don't think they would say we should ban it. So why would we ban this specific thing?
Doobie, hold on. Question. You want me to believe that you have a frog avatar online and you know about 100 different types of weird porn, but you don't like porn.
Let's go to Fawn. Let's go to Fawn and Katie.
I'm not trying to say that, like, oh, I definitely agree with everything Disney's saying. What I was trying to say was that I understand exactly where he's coming from. The way that the consumption of child porn is illegal, unlike other types of porn that depicts illegal things like rape. So if someone is going out of their way to search for child porn, and they come across this video of a woman who looks like a child, but they don't know that, they're just going to consume that like it's child porn. So it is the kind of thing where it's like, it kind of does need to be flagged or something. Like, it is slightly different when it comes to the consumption of it. I don't think that her doing it is not child pornography, but the consumption of it, I see what we're saying when it's like it gets really murky as to whether or not people consuming that should be able to get off.
I think part of the problem here is that we don't even understand, like, what is the actual, because I don't think we're agreeing, what is the actual harm of child porn. So it's
don't steal my stuff.
It literally seems like you guys
about legally. I'm not trying to say it's good or bad.
It's not even murky. It is bad. I
think the issue, the core of the issue here is that some of you guys are really concerned that pedophiles might jerk off to this lady. Right? They probably jerk off to the high school section on fucking Pornhub, right? This probably happens.
Hey, my chat has a question.
Okay, go.
Whatever.
If there's an infant, a 6-month old,
stop.
a 6-month-old infant who has the same condition,
oh my God! Hey,
should they be allowed to make porn?
Oh my God, Mr. Girl,
that's
shut
enough
up.
internet. That's enough internet for today.
Then,
get out of my head. Get out of my head.
And now I'm leaving.
Yeah, it seems like the issue for most of you, maybe I'm like missing something. It seems like the issue is that you guys are concerned that the people that would want to consume this would probably be pedophiles, right? That is most likely the case, but I think we can look to many porn categories that exist right now that are mainstream and find that many of the people that are consuming that are doing so because they're pretending the women wearing these high school outfits or the gay twink guys that are really, really thin and look really young, that they're imagining that they're like 16, 15 years old.
That sounds like
They're actually
first person account.
Wait, hold on, no, don't do that. So I think that if we're to exist in a world with pedophiles, because then I would hope that you guys aren't on the bandwagon of anytime we hear of a pedophile, we think someone might have pedophilic tendencies, we should just like murder them and throw them to a fucking fire, right? I don't want to live in a world like that. I think these people need help. We need to understand that they have sexual urges. So if there's an ethical way for them to satisfy those urges, which could be fucking this lady, could be fucking other people like her, could be jerking off the porn that she makes, that might be totally okay.
Doobie.
Katie.
Yeah.
What's the answer, Doobie?
So,
what's the answer?
My point is as follows. The reason why I think, and this was kind of weird, and I wanted to ask Destiny about it. I don't see, like Pisco said it before. As far as I understand it, there is no way currently to create child porn, as in it involves pubescent kids, in an ethical way. While porn can absolutely be done unethically, and I do agree with Dylan that if there's actual footage of rape and people are using that as porn, that should be illegal. So does snuff stuff if the person actually died. I don't know how you then check those things out.
I think Dylan said simulated rape porn should be illegal. Not actual
okay,
rape.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry, then I don't agree with Dylan.
Right.
My point is, adult porn with people that can consent can be done ethically. It's not always going to be, but we still allow it because we hope that the industry will go in an ethical direction. As far as I understand it, there is no way to create child porn in an ethical way, except for that woman, by the way, our holy grail, if that's actually going to reduce harm and not cause more harm. What I wanted to ask Destiny was, you said there are ways to make child porn in a way that wouldn't hurt the child, and I really can't think of any, because even the example you gave about like filming naked children in the park Like, that's going to affect them. They haven't consented to that. That's footage of them.
If you don't know
being
you're being
around.
filmed, it's not going to affect you. That's not true. You have no idea.
A microscopic drone.
Morally okay? Are we morally okay with? So can someone take a picture of me and put it online as porn?
It doesn't. If you never find out, if you never find out about it, it doesn't
I'm just
affect
saying
you.
that we could construct hypothetical scenarios where technically there's no harm. What I'm asking you to acknowledge is to shed the bullshit arguments for why child porn is illegal. It's not that it's incentivizing more. It's all blah blah. It's not whatever. The reason why is because we just feel really icky about anybody jerking off to kids. That's why. There's no way to ethically make snuff stuff. There's no way to ethically make rape stuff. There's no way to ethically make gore stuff. Yet we watch this and consume it, but none of that consumption is illegal. Child porn is unique in that the consumption of it is illegal, and the arguments that we use to make that illegal could never be applied to other stuff. Because we make a whole bunch of other stuff illegal as well.
Just wrong about
should all be illegal.
Hey! A 6 month old, with the same condition. Are they allowed to make? Are they allowed to make
porn? Are you saying
porn?
that there's a 24? Wait 1 second. Well, there's a 24-year-old who has a 6-month-old looking body? Is that what you're saying?
It's a baby.
Yeah, I think they should be able to.
No. Please let me respond. And
Anybody? This is to the group. I want a yes or no from everybody. Let's go in a circle.
Okay,
We already
can
know.
I start?
Yeah.
Okay, so Destiny, I
What?
think.
It's yes or no. 6-month-old baby.
Okay.
Can they be in porn? With a mind of a 40-year-old.
I think that when you're saying we can construct hypothetical scenarios, that's nice at all.
Getting used like a fleshlight.
Because we would then like to draw conclusions or decide if we want to do something about it or not. We can construct hypothetical scenarios where you can make child porn and it wouldn't harm the child because they wouldn't know that you put their body when they were 5 on a porn site for someone to jerk off to it. But if we're not willing to do that, if we find that unethical, then that hypothetical scenario is useless. Like, it's meaningless. It's just hypothetical, work. It doesn't produce any value.
Katie, can I ask you one quick thing?
No.
Okay. Fawn, can I ask you a quick thing?
Is
Quick
it going to
question?
be the same thing that you asked before?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, Doobie, can I ask you a quick question? Oh, you said the 6-month-old's okay.
Literally anything you want. Okay.
Pisco.
No, Doobie.
Pisco. 6-month-old.
I will answer your question if and only if you'll answer a question of mine in return.
Well, of course. I love deals.
Okay. All right. So I think that there's absolutely a reason to regulate such pornography. I never said that there's no world in which you can regulate such consumption. If there is a treatment or therapeutic option for consumption of such material, in the example you set, I think that under the proper regulation, that could be allowed. We don't live in a world where there's unlimited free speech. Or where
Wait. A 6-month-old with the same condition, can they be in porn? They want to be the next big star. Yes or no?
Under the right regulatory framework, I think that you can envision scenarios in this absolutely bananas hypothetical.
Yeah, arms and legs flying around every which way. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
I just said that under the right conditions, with the right regulations, therapeutically, in this crazy situation, you
recreational, Pornhub. We've got a new star. Guess what?
That would be say yes. I would consider someone who consumes that pornography to be sick.
Interesting. Do you think it should be legal to? Do you think that this 6-month-old body, but with a 40-year-old brain, who is really 40 years old by your estimation?
I could ask a question in return. Can I ask?
Well, if you could answer mine first, you have to. When you answer the question, when you answer this yes or no question, a token will roll out, and you can then use that token to pay me to answer your question in return. But the token is not coming out. It's a yes or no question. Should it be legal for a 6-month-old with this condition to make?
The answer is under certain regulations, you could see a world in which it should be.
Interesting. I'm asking you for a yes or no answer, and I'm afraid that if you don't give me a yes or no answer.
No, Pisco, he's not asking you to appeal to an authority outside of yourself.
You are the authority.
Pisco,
you can't pass the buck. You're gonna have to. Look. Here's the problem. Here's why you're not. Here's why you're not answering. Here's why you're not.
I am answering.
It's a yes or no question. I've handed you in this hypothetical, I've handed you a sheet that has a bubble on it for yes and a bubble for no, and you have a pen, and if you don't fill one of them out, your head's going to explode.
So when I say something should be means yes. Should be means yes.
Okay, so
right?
the answer is yes.
And
Said
you
yes.
would pass a law that says something like-
You wasted 5 minutes of our time. Could have just said yes from the start.
Is the answer to my yes or no question yes? Would you like an additional step of removal?
But the thing is, I would put regulations on it. And
You
I would,
already said
Is the
yes,
answer to
move
my
on.
hypothetical question about my hypothetical question
Oh my
yes?
God.
it's legal to some extent.
Leave
it's
them
illegal to
be,
others.
Sean.
Okay,
Sean,
can we
you're
can we say that you're not willing to answer this question? If we were in
Just
court,
let
you'd be
Owen
held in
play.
contempt of court right now. The judge would be slamming his gavel. You'd be the guards would be taking you away.
Fine, please. So if you
Stop
say
and mute.
no,
Stop and mute.
a drug should be legal, and you ask yes or no, it might be the case you say yes, but under certain situations.
Yes,
Your
there's
question
only a
should be
bubble.
legal.
You are forced in this hypothetical. You're in a jail cell in China in some like
So the answer
re-education
would be no.
camp.
Without regulation, the answer is no. Without regulation, the answer is no.
Pisco, please.
It's
Pisco,
out in the
if you were to be asked, if you were to ask me if I thought marijuana should be legal, right, I'd say yes, and maybe I'm doing the wrong thing here, but I would assume that you wouldn't think that I mean
Well,
that
let me ask you
marijuana
that
should be
question.
legal for
Should
infants,
should
right?
killing be
I would
legal?
assume that
Should
you give
killing
it
be
to
legal?
charity
Should killing be legal?
Oh,
Should
God.
killing be legal, Doobie? Should killing be legal?
Yes.
Under all circumstances?
No, I'm not saying under
Okay,
all
so
circumstances.
which is it?
but in
Is it
some
yes or no?
circumstances, yes. Well, the
Okay,
answer is
what
yes.
I'm asking,
That's exactly my
what I'm
answer.
asking you, obviously. Okay, let me make this easier for you. Let me make this easier
Now
for you.
it's my turn, right, Prime?
With it, no,
Yeah,
not really, because you didn't
Oh,
answer.
no,
With it,
no, hold on.
I did it.
No, shut up.
no, you didn't answer.
Okay. But
You
I
did not
answer
answer.
it.
You
I
still
said
have
yes with certain regulations.
no, because you
How is
changed
that
the
not
no,
an
you
answer?
changed the question. Here's
How
here's
is
the
that not an answer?
well, the original question is the hypothetical we were asked by Prime is should this person who has the body of an 8-year-old but the mind of an adult be allowed to participate in the adult industry? And you were able to answer that question just fine without any caveats, without any extra sentences. You were able to say yes. This person should be allowed to make porn just like any other adult.
Heard my answer to that. You never heard my, because I didn't give it. I just criticized your stupid rationale for it, where you're, on the one hand, appealing to the tendencies of people to smash out their pituitary glands for the production, but not for the actual act itself.
Okay,
which
so-
is stupid.
Okay, I'm sorry I distracted you from being able to answer this question. So now you have the floor. Yes or no? As Prime put it, do you think
Yes, with certain regulations.
Yeah, let him explain. Can you give a small 2-sentence thing about what the hell your regulation is so we can understand it?
You would have to get approval from certain regulatory institutions that you're pursuing this not for like a commercial end, that the reason that you're pursuing it is to help you with a diagnosed thing. I mean, that's not.
No, but he's.
Well, I'm talking about should this girl be allowed to go to Pornhub and say, I want to be in porn. I'm going to film myself naked and post it.
For the general population, I would say no. But,
okay.
So the rationale there.
Only thing we cared about was recreational use, not the therapeutic use that doesn't really exist.
That could be.
Wait, so why not for recreational use for the general population?
For the general population, I think probably not.
Why?
Oh, thank God.
Why?
Can I ask, am I hypothetical or no?
Can you just tell me why? Why not for the general population?
I think that the obscenity rationale for community standards and national standards, all that stuff, it doesn't have much purchase with me. But if it means anything, I think it means the prevention of people viewing that kind of material where you're literally having sex with a baby. I mean, that to me is.
Wait, hold on, but it's not a baby. It's a 24-year-old with a body that looks like a 6-month-old.
Yeah, I think that there's a societal cost implicit in that kind of production.
Okay, so would you make it illegal for 18-year-old porn actresses to intentionally make themselves look younger into a
baby?
Well, to make themselves look younger, maybe to do daddy dumb little girl porn, right? Where they have a bib on and they're 18 years old and they're really small, they're really petite, and they're pretending to be a baby in the crib. Would you make that illegal?
Yes.
If they didn't have an infant body.
Yeah, they're 18 years old, but they made themselves look as young as possible, and they're behaving like a child.
No, I wouldn't make that illegal. No. So my question then for Mr. Girl is, for an 18-year-old to wear a bib. Is that what you said?
Can we just have justice?
Okay, so we brought up,
please.
Can we just be logically consistent?
Sure, small booby girls. Okay, so with Belle Delphine was mentioned earlier, right? Because she intentionally makes herself look young. She does the kind of childish shit, right? So if there was an 18-year-old woman or man, right, who was intentionally making themselves look as young as possible, right? And they ended up looking like 15 years old. And they make porn where they're in a crib pretending to be a baby, or maybe they're pretending to be a middle school child, with their teacher, and they say in this porn, "I'm a 7th grader, teacher, please don't hurt me," and the teacher fucks them anyway, right? Well, should that be illegal for them to intentionally present themselves as children?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No. But
why?
Can I ask my question, Mr. Girl? Because I think there certainly is. I'll grant you, there's a line drawing problem about how much you're able to accept, and that decision, in the margin is going to be certainly like, how can you pick one age and not the other age? I understand that. That's a line drawing problem. It
just seems like the rationale is it's icky. It makes me feel icky, and I don't want people jerking off to things that look like children, even though they're not children.
But you have the line drawing problem on the other end, which is now Mr. Girl is going to answer this question, which is you're okay with a perfectly anime version of what we're just talking about, right? That should be legal, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Why?
Because I think the knowledge that it is an actual real person that you're watching has a different effect on the viewer and on society. I think
you just pulled that out of your ass, right? I mean, why would you think that?
Well, I pulled it out of my heart. A lot of what we're talking about, as you just pointed out, is how icky we feel, how bad we feel, how protective of children we feel, how angry we feel at each other arguing about this. It's an emotional conversation, and as Destiny pointed out, we're drawing these lines based on how they make us feel. So I can tell you, I feel differently knowing somebody watched a perfectly simulated version of an 8-year-old having sex made with computers. Versus hearing somebody say, I watched this person who has the body of an 8-year-old, but whatever, the mind of a 30-year-old have sex. They feel different. And that's just where I draw the line based on how it makes me feel.
Did I say 1-year-old? So you'd be okay with a graphic visual, a photorealistic depiction of a 1-year-old?
Well, you say okay with it when you're making it sound like if
would you make it legal?
A CGI porn, I think, should be legal no matter what it is.
Photorealistic, indistinguishable from the actual thing.
I believe photorealistic porn, because of free speech, should be legal no matter what it depicts. I think you should be able to sit down at your computer and make whatever image you want and sell it to whoever you want.
So wait,
what
Mr.
you're
Girl,
saying
what if someone...
I want to finish my thought. What you're saying is
I want to get in here.
One that is hypothetically indistinguishable because it's so photorealistic. I mean, if I'm going to accept your hypothetical that such a baby can exist, you have to accept my hypothetical that such graphics could exist that would be literally indistinguishable from the very same pornography. You just castigated me for saying I could believe that there's some potential regulation that would allow it.
I castigated you for not saying yes or no to a yes or no question. I think it's evasive.
So, wait, no. So I'm asking you then, if it's photorealistic, there's no distinction except for the fact that one. You happen to know they're a 24-year-old brain. There's still, and people don't know, right? People don't know that it's a real person or not.
They don't know. Only I know.
No, sorry. The consumer doesn't know.
Right? I understand. I understand the question. Yes.
Okay. So then, what's the answer then?
The answer is that I think if it is CGI, then it should be legal, and if it is an actual, why?
No, sorry. No matter what you just said. So even if it's indistinguishable to the audience, which case,
I believe that was my hypothetical. I said an identical CGI. Yes.
Not logically coherent. Can we move on?
No. Let me explain. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Okay. So I like the Fast and the Furious movies. Okay.
We have to go through the whole thing.
No, well, we don't have to, but we're going to. I like the Fast and the Furious movies.
Let them start the story. Let me
get going. I like the Fast and the Furious movies, and unfortunately, Paul Walker died. And in one of the movies, he died in the middle of filming it, so they used a CGI image of him. Now, it's true that it didn't look quite like him, and it wasn't well animated yet, and they didn't get to the level of like Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One and that kind of shit. But if they had, say they brought him back for the next movie, and he's going to be in it, you're saying that I should feel if it's completely indistinguishable, knowing it's real or not knowing it's real, or knowing it's not real should have no emotional effect on me watching it?
No.
Okay,
sir,
so we
you're not-
agree.
you're not-
We
you're not
agree.
understanding. You're not
So we
understanding my point.
so we
Clearly.
wait. So we agree that the knowledge of whether something is simulated or real, even if they're identical, does have an emotional effect on the person who has that. The person who
I
has.
don't grant that. I'm supposing a hypothetical where you don't know the difference.
I'm,
The only people that know the difference
you're asking
is
me the question, so I do know the difference. You're,
No. You. Sorry.
You don't know the difference. There's a hypothetical consumer. There's a hypothetical consumer doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a
I'm giving you a
hypothetical consumer.
where it's
okay,
perfectly
in the situation where you're asking me this
No,
question, which is this, we're having a conversation right now. In this conversation, do I know that you're asking me this question?
I'm asking you whether or not you should make it illegal. You're a
Yes.
government minister girl, and it's perfectly photorealistic
Yes.
pornography
Yes.
that is indifferent from the same pornography.
Correct.
In any visual aspect that
Yes.
we just talked about before.
Yes.
And that should be legal, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where does your argument about societal, what they'll see, if they don't know that it's real or not? I mean, that argument has just gone away.
Yeah,
It's totally inconsistent.
That's like saying, like, should it be legal to rob a bank if you accidentally robbed it? If you were sleeping, you were sleepwalking, and in your sleep you robbed a bank. You didn't know you were robbing a bank, but you ended up robbing a bank. Should that
You
be
make
illegal?
no
Like,
sense.
yeah, it should be. If you're going to consume, if you're let me finish. If you're going to consume simulated child pornography, it is your job to make sure you do know which it is. Because if you accidentally consume child pornography that contains images of actual that contains
you're pivoting here.
that contains if you accidentally consume images of child pornography that contain images of real children, I think that you should go to jail. Or I don't know, I'm not really pro jail, but it should be illegal.
That's, by the way, visually indistinguishable from the very thing that you said that you should go to jail for.
That, please.
Yes, I
Okay.
think simulated CP should be legal.
I do want to talk to Doobie. Doobie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just double checked, right? The federal law on child porn. And Destiny, it seemed like your issue is that, hey, if we're banning child pornography, right? It should also be illegal for her to make this porn. But the law about child pornography specifically bans porn involving a minor. She's not a minor. Right, so it doesn't ban porn with somebody looking like a minor. It specifically says porn involving a minor. Right, and then it also goes on to say, what's the word? The visual depictions include photographs, videos, digital or computer-generated images, indistinguishable from an actual minor, and images created, adapted, or modified, but appear to depict an identifiable actual minor. Right, so these things weren't created, they weren't adapted, they weren't modified. This is just how this person looks. Right. So given that she none of this should need to be adapted for her to look this way, given that she is not a minor, right? So she wouldn't be a minor involved in any sexual activities. So it seems like this would be illegal under the current law. So what would be your argument against her going and making porn, going on OnlyFans, doing whatever the fuck she wants?
Am I supposed to answer that?
Yeah. So if given that it wouldn't be illegal under the current federal law, what would be your reasoning for why she shouldn't be allowed to make porn?
You know what? If she wants to, go for it. Okay.
Amazing. Finally. Okay.
Well, the actual answer is that making child porn, the consumption of it illegal, that's the only illegal thing that's illegal to view, probably doesn't make sense. If you're trying to have any type of actual consistent moral answer, that's probably the actual answer, but nobody's super comfortable with that. It doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense.
It does, because there's 100% harm to the person producing it.
There's 100% harm to the person being raped in a rape video. There's 100% harm to somebody, getting killed. That argument doesn't make any sense.
But you already said
why don't you side with Team
Destiny, when you buy a computer, there's parts in your computer that were made by slave labor in other countries, and if you could almost compare the two if you wanted to.
But hold on, this is what I wanted to argue with Destiny with earlier. I feel like the consumption of child porn does have negative effects, and it's what I was talking about earlier. One, people can use this to get younger kids more okay with having sex. Say, look, see, she's doing it on film. You should do it too. I feel like
you could use that with literally.
Yeah.
Yes,
with
I'm not having these arguments. They're things are dumb. I
Destiny.
think for like 2 seconds we ask a question, you can apply this to 52 different types of behavior in society that's ultra popular. Like every fucking rap song, every fucking movie ever. Like you could use the same thing. You could run this down for anything. It's like not even worth even like
Yes,
responding.
Destiny, you hit it right on the head.
To me,
we should stop this. We should stop this behavior.
Dylan, why isn't your argument just the violent video games argument, which, so far as I'm aware, has nothing to back it up?
The violent video game is bad too.
Oh God!
But Jesus
that argument has nothing to back it up. So far as I'm aware.
Got some
You can't argue with a guy that says you outlaw everything. There's no reason.
Yeah, my favorite video game is Paper Mario, Cope and Seethe.
Okay. So Destiny, I'm glad.
I have a closing argument I'd like to make.
That's fine. Katie, you wanted to get a question?
I mean, I already asked Destiny if he. I don't understand. I understand that snuff porn can. I don't think you should watch videos where people are being raped.
Well,
but
hold on, wait, real quick. No one in any argument ever should ever say I don't think. Nobody cares like what an individual thought is. We're talking about what should be right or what should be wrong. That's what we're talking about.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll try to speak better.
Don't worry.
We'll forgive you eventually, probably.
I want to make a closing argument.
No, I don't care. We're not doing closing arguments.
Okay.
Let's go.
There's a chance to make porn that is depicting bad illegal actions ethically, and if there isn't that chance, that porn shouldn't be produced or consumed.
There is never a way to show
I'm not
murder.
done, please.
Okay, my bad.
If you can enact a murder and not actually murder the person, right?
Okay, so do you think simulated child porn is okay then?
What do you
Which
mean
is
by
basically what this would
simulated?
be, right?
Let's say that you have a child, they don't know what's going on. They have a 6-month-old kid, and you're pretending you're simulating sex, but you're not actually doing it. You think the softcore child porn is okay then? This argument makes no sense. Yeah, because this argument doesn't make any sense.
No, it does. I think that you can do that, and that would still harm the child, even if they're unaware of it. The child will continue to exist after the production of it.
How would they be harmed? Right. So if I were
simulated child porn.
If I were an anime watcher, right, and I decided to go to the beach and record 5-year-olds in their bathing suits and shit, right? How would that hurt the children if they never knew this happened?
Okay. You know what? I'll correct my argument. There's a way to create ethical porn that answers what we think is ethical and moral and should be accepted. I think no one on this panel would say that it is okay to take naked pictures of people and distribute them to other people because they don't know about it, and that's not. If you don't want to call it harmful, call it whatever the fuck you want. Give me the word. But if you're fine with doing that, okay. There is no way to create ethical child porn involving children.
There's a way to create ethical simulated child porn for sure. I mean, we have it right here. This woman, if she were to make porn,
so it is child porn, Jimmy.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. It's simulated child porn, okay? But it's not child porn, right? Hold on. So if this woman
were to make, it's not simulated child porn. No.
If this woman were to make porn, right? She has a prepubescent looking body. Lots of pedos will be attracted to this. They're gonna pretend, right? They're gonna imagine that she's a child, right? So this would be simulated child porn for them, where they're substituting this adult woman who looks like a child for an actual child, and they're jerking off to it, right? So this is totally ethical.
You and I agree. You and I both do not care what does the person consuming the material is thinking, or what they care about, why they're engaging with the material. The only thing I care about, and I only think that should matter in terms of legality and ethical frameworks, is if it's harming
Katie,
during the production.
I think you don't know what simulated child porn is, and that's why everybody doesn't understand literally anything you're saying. There is no physical child. There is no child in simulated child porn.
So you silly to make a distinction, as Mr. Girl does. It's silly to make a distinction.
No, hold on. Let's resolve this.
Simulated and this brain empress child 1-year-old. I want Destiny to respond to that. Does it really make a difference if it's simulation? If it's a computer program? If it's just brain child?
But I want Katie to understand that simulated child porn doesn't actually have a child, so there's no child being hurt. That's why they were asking
I'm a very silly person. So can you give me a rough draft of what simulated child porn that doesn't involve the child is, so I can just respond to that.
That means it's
not
created through
doobies.
technology.
Another
A
one.
short
That means
stick
it's created
figure
through
with a tiny penis.
Yeah, it's created through technology.
Drawn in crayon.
I have zero issues with that. As long as children are not being hurt in the production, I don't give a fuck.
So I want to ask again, does it make sense to make a distinction on this basis between the hypothetical 1-year-old with the brain of a 40-year-old and the simulated sexual activity if it's indistinguishable and the audience doesn't know the difference?
Oh, that doesn't make sense, but Mr. Girl doesn't make coherent sense for this.
That's just why. Does everyone agree with
Excuse
that?
me. That's a bunch of horse shit, what you just said.
What kind of horseshit?
Hold on. You were going to toss it to Destiny?
Yeah, I want to ask Destiny about that distinction. Do you think it makes sense to make a distinction, Destiny, between photorealistic, indistinguishable pornography of the type Mr. Girl was referring to in his hypothetical and the brainchild in that hypothetical? Does it make any sense to make that distinction in your mind?
For consumption or production?
For consumption of that pornographic content.
For consumption? No, I don't think so. Not really.
Yeah, because it's stupid, right?
Well, I would say, yeah, the same thing.
Okay. Well, got your answer. So who's next?
I would like to make a closing statement.
I keep saying that. I don't understand.
Because it's my last thing I have to say. You can
wait till we're
No. I'm saying okay. No. I'm saying I want to say something that is my final thought on this. I'm happy to respond or whatever later, but I just have one more idea I want to get out.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think we all agree that a 36-year-old should not have sex with a 15-year-old. Generally speaking.
I like where this is going. Yep.
But
agree so far.
But if I were in a plane crash, and the only things to survive the plane crash are me, a 15-year-old, and 5 years worth of food. Do you think that if over the course of the year before the 15-year-old turns 16, do you think that if I have sex with her, it's statutory rape in the same way or to the same extent or the same amount of awfulness as it would be if I picked her up, outside of a school and flirted with her or whatever? Do we agree that do we agree that the statutory rape in that situation is just kind of more understandable? It's like, well, yeah, I get why you guys would do that. It's cold, you're sad, you're lonely, you think maybe you're gonna die.
No.
Okay.
Really?
So I
Wait. I agree that it's not the same. I don't.
Do we agree that if I get
stuff that you said after,
if we get rescued after 6 months, and then they say, "Did you guys have sex?" and I say, "Yeah, we did." I did. I fought it. I was confused. I was scared. I thought I was never going to see society again. So we did it. We did it. I did it.
Are we now
do you agree?
Hebephilia? Are we not talking about?
I'm gonna guide you. Don't worry. I'm gonna guide you right back home to my point. All you gotta do is sit back, put your arms on your armrests, and just relax. I'm gonna bring it home. Don't worry. I got it. It's okay. You're gonna be okay. You're okay. So do we agree that?
Yes.
It's not just the act itself. It's not black and white. It's really based on how understandable is it, how disgusting is it, how weird is it, how damaging is it, and we put all these things into our head and we come out with some kind of moral judgment. And in this question, we're being asked to draw a line. And so the reason I'm okay with drawing the line where I'm drawing it, and the reason I don't think that if a pedophile is on a plane and crashes, and then there's a bunch of child porn on the plane, and they start accessing it and looking at it and making copies of it and just plastering it up everywhere, I don't think that person should go to jail. And in this case, I'm drawing what may seem like an arbitrary line. I'm just saying this is just how it feels. We don't have to let this person make this porn. There's no reason to do it. And I think that in order to let somebody have sex with a 15-year-old, there needs to be a pretty compelling reason. In order to let somebody make what I believe would be child porn in this case, or a semi-child porn, I think we need a really good reason to do that, and I don't see it. So ultimately, it's just an emotional argument, and that's where I'm at.
It's a contradictory logic that you're giving to distinguish between the things that you're distinguishing. So
Well,
on the
he
one
said
hand,
that
you
he's
say,
emotional.
on the one hand, you say, I care about how society will act, but I'll give them the same thing, visually, totally the same thing. And that will change 0% of how they act if they're not aware of that distinction.
But in the hypothetical, you didn't like respond to this last time. In the hypothetical, I'm making the law, and I know that one of them is real and one of them is simulated.
So what your personal feelings have to say is what we should live our lives by?
No, we live in a democracy. We live in a democracy. In a democracy. In a democracy, we all consult our feelings. This is how most laws are made. We consult our feelings, and then we vote based on how we feel about abortion, whether it's legal, illegal, or where it should fall in between. What's the cutoff? It's the same thing. I'm not. You said, do I think it should be illegal for her to make porn? Yeah. So for me, if you're giving me the total power, then yes, my vote would be that it should be illegal. That's not me saying. That's not me saying you have to live by my emotion. That's not me.
That he has an emotional thing with this.
Girl,
yes,
you're logical, right? And so to be logical, if I give you the same hypothetical, that 1-year-old baby, it should be legal to have sexual intercourse with it, right?
It should not, or it should be.
It should be, right?
No, because it's too weird.
Wait, but no, you made that argument with the younger person, the different body.
It's too weird.
It's just too fucking weird. And I think what you're having trouble with in this topic is that it's not about logic. There's no logical reason. There's no logical reason why a mature 15-year-old shouldn't be able to have sex when an immature 21-year-old with possibly lower emotional development, lower physical development, lower IQ, why they shouldn't be able to have sex. The reason is
yes, there is.
The reason is that it makes us feel weird.
He said that millions of times.
Is it okay to be inconsistent, Mr. Girl?
What?
But Pisco, you're also being inconsistent by pointing out this feelings argument and shitting on it for that.
Yes, it is okay to be. It is.
Wait, 1 second. Your argument for the 24-year-old with an infant's body shouldn't be able to make porn was that it was icky, basically, right? It was gross, whatever. You never gave any substantiation beyond that. So why are you shitting on his argument being a feelings argument?
Well, I mean, Mr. Girl is doing this thing where he keeps trying to bring non-cognitivism in it, just saying that morals are a reflection of emotion.
Yeah,
Pisco's being
I think a lot of these things are difficult to talk about because we don't actually have data because no one has ever enacted these policies. So it's hard to make a data-based argument.
If the data said across the board, I'm going to give you this. I strongly believe this about you, having talked to you. If the data said across the board that the age of consent should be lowered to 10, I don't think you would then say, well, if that's the logical thing to do, let's do it. I think you'd feel weird about it. You'd probably question the data. And if push came to shove, eventually you would say, I don't fucking care if the data says the age of consent should be 10.
Your intuition about what my feelings might be and how uncomfortable I may be with an argument doesn't actually get to the root of whether the argument is valid or it's true.
Wrong.
But the
am I wrong? But yeah, but
you just acknowledge you just acknowledge there's no data on this, but you took a position anyway, right? So at the core of this, it is because it makes you uncomfortable.
We do have data that applies to age of consent laws, though. I mean, I have a stance.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
this reflects the data reflects onto our stance.
It doesn't matter what the data says. We're talking about what we think. Which is really us talking about how we feel.
Yes. Yeah, our opinions change based on data. I don't know if that's like a crazy thing that never occurred to you, but when information gets, like we hear information
Can you answer his hypothetical then, Dylan?
Hold on. Also, that's not true. We don't change your information based on data. If information came out right now that said that like there is a large section of 10-year-olds that are like socially mature enough to have sex, I don't think most people are like, oh, cool, 10-year-olds should start fucking. That's not true. I don't think we update
Destiny. It takes people time to adjust after receiving new information, but a lot of people are under the impression that
adjust to that.
Yeah, people adjust to things. I would have a hard time adjusting to that information too, but I would still have to try to.
Look, we can't convince people to get the vaccine. We can't convince people to use nuclear power. Emotions are not changed by data in the way that you are idealizing.
But you're not addressing the inconsistency in your own logic. You think that you should be logical.
He admits to inconsistency, and he says he doesn't care that it's inconsistent. He's saying, this is how I feel, this is my opinion. That's his argument.
My logic, the logic I'm giving you is a retroactive explanation of why I feel the way I do.
okay, so then you are being inconsistent when you say you wouldn't allow someone to have sex who has a mind of a 24-year-old. You wouldn't allow that with respect to a 1-year-old, but you would with respect to an 8-year-old. Is that correct?
Yes, my age of consent for you have the right to have sex with other people and for the world to know that you're doing it is actually probably about 7. If your body is the age of 7 or older and your mind is that of an adult, then I'm okay with you having sex. I think if you're 6, definitely 5 or 4, and you're going to be on a documentary, you're going to be on the street holding hands with your loved one or partner, it's just too fucking weird. And I would say, listen, I'm really sorry, but you can't do this.
Okay.
Because I find it, I and everybody else are just too fucking
right?
uncomfortable.
You're talking about how there's 2 ages and that this age should govern with respect to, having, sexual relations, but not with pornography, but yes, with sexual relations.
Yes.
All that was just bullshit.
Yes.
No, it's not bullshit. I'm explaining why I feel the way I do. It doesn't mean it's bullshit. I don't like when people watch child porn. Oh, so Destiny made the point that child porn, there's no actual rational reason why child porn is illegal. The only reason is that it makes us feel bad. But I'm saying that is the reason. It's the same reason that pro-life people want abortion to be illegal, and the same reason that pro-choice.
Let's make this even easier.
Okay.
Like, the thing is, this isn't a topic that we're thinking about all the time. At least I don't. Maybe y'all do.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, buddy.
No. So, Pisco, trying to hold him to some statement he said earlier, as he may be evolving his thoughts on why he.
No, I stand by my statement earlier.
He's changing it.
No, but it doesn't matter. Go with whatever he said now. In the flow of a conversation, like, I have changed my opinion on this
what
now.
He said before he said
no, he's telling you this is how I feel now.
He said he had a very principled stance. It said, you have one age.
But he doesn't.
All right, Pisco, I think, honestly, I think there's a certain lack of weight that you're willing to give to emotional arguments and maybe emotions themselves. And you're looking for logical justifications in a situation where there's a logic, like there's contradictory kind of indications based on the hypothetical itself. And so we're supposed to navigate it, I believe, by talking about how we feel about it, because that's how we make most decisions about.
You're being inconsistent, though. And so when you present an argument, I take you on good faith that you believe that argument. So before, when you said there are 2 ages, one for your body and one for your mind, and the mind one governs for actual sex and the body one governs with respect to pornography.
Yes.
I took you on your word that that's what you meant.
Well, you were wrong. You were wrong to do that, because I was wrong. And here's how I was wrong. When my chat said, "What if the person was 6 months old?" I realized actually there is a floor to the bodily age of consent, even with respect just to sex. And that floor, I have now described to you already, is 7. And earlier I did not say that because I did not know that. And Gambit is right, I did not realize that. But now I can tell you, it is, if your body is younger than 7, I don't think you should be legally allowed to have sex. And if your body is younger than 18, or maybe more realistically, because this probably applies to real people, 16 or 15, you should not be allowed to be in porn. Let's say puberty.
What's going to happen to society, right? It's a bright line rule. It's easy to follow, but you don't actually feel different between, a 6 and a 7-year-old, do you?
I think the reason I feel differently about it is that it triggers me. It triggers a concern for the moral fabric.
Triggers a difference in you, in your mind. That seems a little bit strange. That
That's so stupid.
Let me explain. I feel like you don't understand something about the question. What Prime is doing is he's saying, here's a big confusing mess. Now, within the mess of your confusing, swirling emotions, draw a line somewhere. And that's what he's tasked us with doing, so that's what I'm doing. The line I am drawing is, this person is old enough physically to have sex, not old enough to be in porn. And if you want me, based on my logic, which I agreed, had a gaping end on the other side, which allowed my chat to exploit me and say, what about a 6-month-old? Now I have to draw another line in another confusing mess and say, the line is 7. Just
so
like...
should I emotionally be allowed to kick all the black people off this panel?
No. If you emotion,
I have a response to that.
That doesn't make any sense.
I do agree with what he's trying to say, that people don't follow logic a lot when they have when they make decisions about stuff that make them emotional, that they have emotional investment in. I'm not saying, like Dylan said, just because Mr. Girl has an emotional reaction and he decided that the line is between 6 and 7, I don't think he will probably vote on that, or he would say, that's what I think we should do. I don't think we should follow that. I don't think that's very sound logic, and I do agree that logic is a much more reasonable way of engaging with things. So that's why logical consistency might matter. So to address the point that was raised earlier, if data clearly said, if there was such a thing as objective truth, and it said that people that have sex at the age of 10 have absolutely, it doesn't harm them in any way, and they're completely capable of giving consent and stuff, I think a lot of people would have an emotional issue with that. They will reject that data. I don't think they should if they care about logic. But people will do that because that's how humans are. That is my argument.
Okay. So we've already gone overboard in terms of time. So I want to respect everyone's schedule, and we'll end things here. But to my audience, we will still have more content right after this. We're going to go into open walk on panel, right? Where you sitting at home, may participate, right? So the content does not end. No need to go anywhere. We still have more content for you, all right? If you've been enjoying, excuse me, you've been enjoying this content so far, right? Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, so you know when I'm going live. I do this 6 nights a week. Always have content for you, right? So if you liked any of this, right, then do it right now. Do it right now. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. Also, ! Social and chat for our social media. We got your Twitters, for Channel Updates Discord. So we do everything, including our open panels, which will be coming up next. So you want to be part of that Discord, want to be part of the community, and of course YouTube is where you find the VODs. This will be up on the VOD. If you missed anything, and you shouldn't have missed anything because this was great, right? Then like, comment, subscribe, and consider becoming a YouTube member by hitting that join button as well. Again, thank you all. And hit that follow button. We got a few people following. That's nice to see. But yeah, hit that follow button. We're always having content. Don't want you to miss out on all of this. All right. So I'm going to give an outro to the people here. But remember, we are still continuing the stream afterwards. It's not over. All right. We'll start with Katie. Katie, your first time on the Reverie. I think you did a great job. Glad to have you around. I knew you'd do a great job, so I was like, this is an easy pick. So Katie, thank you. And tell the world about yourself.
I did not. I now know how it feels when I talk about having empathy for people, and people are kind of annoyed at me. So Mr. Girl showed me how I make other people feel, and I hope I don't sound that condescending. That's all.
Okay, all right. Then we'll go. Oh, but Katie, you got a yes. YouTube channel?
I have a podcast on YouTube. It's called Just for Clicks. You'll probably won't find it if you search it on YouTube because it has 8 subs.
Which means you should probably put the thing in the put the link in the chat.
I'm sorry.
Put the link in the chat.
Okay, I will.
Okay, all right, Dylan Blay. Thank you for coming through, for being a part of this. Again, I'm very happy that I had you here. Dylan, tell a little about yourself.
Yeah, so thanks for having me as usual, Prime. Very much appreciated. Getting my clout up, I guess you could say. I will say to address, kind of give my outro here. Mr. Girl, that was so irrational, so illogical. You hurt my brain, hurt my soul, and hurt me as a human being. I am forever scarred based on your emotional response to logic. But hey, whatever. You're entitled to that. Just don't go vote. For the love of God, don't go vote.
It's too late.
You can find me on YouTube under the name Dylan Blay. You can find me on Spotify under the name of Dylan Blay as well. I don't stream yet, but look out for that coming in the future. Also follow me on Twitter at @DylanBlay_, where I post my radical opinions and shitposty takes. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, next, Destiny, Stephen Bonnell, thank you for coming through. Yes, it has been a while, but I was very happy to have you here. Hope you enjoyed your time as well. So, Stephen, any last words?
Wow, it's been a an enriching experience. Just listening to you guys scream at each other, you know.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Next, we have Fawn. Fawn, thank you so much for being here, for coming through, for being a part of all of this. Fawn, I don't get to talk to you very often, but I'm always happy when you come through. So, Fawn, tell a little about yourself.
Thank you. Sorry, I feel like I've been very low energy today, but I've been enjoying just watching the chaos. So thank you so much for dealing with me while the chaos was going on. Twitch.tv/Fawn is my channel.
Thank you
Thanks
for
again,
helping me.
It's okay.
All right, well, links in chat. Thank you so much, Fawn. All right, next, GSU Gambit. Gambit, one of our greatest chatters here, right? And we're always ecstatic to have him around. Gambit, you got a few channels and stuff going on, so, you know.
Yeah. First off, I want to say appreciate the invite. This second topic was interesting. I never thought that I would say Mr. Girl would make me take a more radical position, but I disagree with everything I said in the opening. I don't think this lady should be allowed to make porn, even though she is an adult. So I appreciate you going through that thought experiment with me, Mr. Girl.
I appreciate you too.
But I am GSU Gambit. If you want to follow me, go to Prime's chat and write !BBC. I'm not sure why that's the command, but if you write !BBC in Prime's chat, it'll give you the links to the channel I'm streaming on now, where I do politics, but I also do software engineering content. I'm building an app. I'm going to resume that next week, and that's on GSU Gambit codes. You can follow me there as well.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have Doobie. Doobie, thank you so much. Our Dark Lord and Savior was here. And, oh boy, he brought the spice, as you always do, which I'm always so appreciative of you. Doobie, tell a little about yourself.
Well, the stream went on for almost 3 hours. So if you're in chat and you're just getting here at the end and you're wondering what your opinion should be going forward, I'll restate it for you. So racial discrimination is okay sometimes, and we should have more empathy for white women who cross the road to avoid priming Gambit. Also, if you think porn should be illegal, it shouldn't. But if you think it should be legal, you should also be okay with a woman who's 24 years old but looks like an 8-year-old with a prepubescent body, making porn and cornering the pedo market, making lots of money. I'm Doobie. I help run the best and biggest politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. We do lots of shit there. The most politically diverse community on Discord. Lots of debate, bros. If you're mad at me for being correct about this, you'll find me there. We're also going to have an AMA with my friend Destiny here on Saturday. So if you'd like to yell at him about whatever the fuck, you'll probably find him there on Saturday unless he cancels on me. So, yeah, thanks for having me on.
Exclamation point Doobie in chat to get the link to his Discord
and I am not a racist, and I'm brown. So if you call me a racist, you're probably a racist, okay?
I'm fine being a racist if you're a racist.
Okay, then yeah, everyone's in good company. Exclamation point Doobie to get to his Discord server. Check it out. It's like the biggest. It's amazing. And that size is the only thing that matters, of course. All right, next, Mr. Girl is Mr. Girl. Thank you as well for coming through. You were a pain in the ass, but you know that's okay. We love we love people who are excited to be a part of the panel of the community. So, Mr. Girl, please tell them what about yourself, in case they don't already know.
I'm worried about a broad kind of dehumanization happening when we say facts don't care about your feelings. I worry that getting triggered or getting angry or getting sad or scared is seen as weakness. Being in touch with that is seen as weakness, and using that as a justification for a moral framework or even an argument is seen as flawed. So I guess that's what I've been arguing for I mean, in a lot of my content, but a lot of this panel is a plea to get in better touch with our feelings and to encourage others to do the same.
Okay, thank you. All right. Last but not least, and links in chat. Last but not least, we have Pisco, right? Top tier guest, right? And one that I know, like if he's on the panel, we're going to have a good panel. Thank you, Pisco, for taking time out of your very busy day, because I know you're a very busy guy, to be a part of this. Pisco.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be on your panels, Prime. I'm, totally thankful for the invite. Last closing thoughts. I think that there are kind of multiple measures of honesty, and honesty is really important. Certainly, honesty would be sort of accepting the logical conclusions of one's argument. But I take it like on good faith that people present arguments that are internally consistent. And so when you repeatedly have instances in which you're having to add qualifications that weren't there presently, or two potentially similar situations with respect to the rationale of outcomes are there, but you don't accept one and do accept the other, I think that you're being dishonest in a way and not accepting the full sort of conclusion that your logic leads you to. I think that logic matters. Certainly, we should not eschew emotions, and obviously we should be empathetic to everyone and all people in their situations. But I think that is another aspect of honesty that's often lost, consistency, which I think should be celebrated and not demeaned.
Okay. So two things before we wrap up. One, just because I can do this, I will do this, right? Exclamation point Joe in chat for the YouTube and Twitch channel of one of my favorite people in the entire world, Joe the Silly Serious. She's in chat complaining about everything here, but she does good work. So please go check her out. She's amazing. I love her. You should love her too. So beyond that, though, Destiny, there's a guy, Problematic Pan, who like fucking hates all your takes that you've had here, and he's been blowing out my DMs, asking to talk to you. So I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Destiny is different at the moment.
No, fuck, you can't.
Oh no, there he is.
Destiny, yeah. I was trying to tell you. That there's someone in my chat who Problematic Pan who says he hates all your takes. He's been blowing up my DMs, like wanting to talk to you. So if you have a moment for the open panel, I'm sure he would like to give you an
answer. Where he comes on and he says 5 things that he pretends he disagrees with me on, and we talk for 2 seconds, like, oh, actually, I agree with you on everything, that kind of thing.
Well, Destiny, when are you going to give me my socialism rematch? Come on, buddy.
Pardon? Okay, well, the invitation is there. But Pan is in chat. He really wants to do this with you. But if you don't, that's up to you. All right, so we're going to go into a walk-on panel. Anyone here is welcome to join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
What's the room?
It's 1,000 Sunny, just above.
Are you going to give me that socialism rematch, Steven? Come on.
What is it? What is the rematch of what?
Yo.
You and I debated socialism once, and I feel like I didn't pill you enough.
What is
socialism
mean?
Number 10,000.
Pardon?
I don't even know what debate socialism means.
You and I have had a debate on the topic of market socialism before, after the panel, the Stardust Chaos.
Okay, what is it? Is it that it's superior to our current form of whatever, or that
yes,
it's like
it's vastly
okay, well,
superior.
listen, if people want to start socialists or co-ops or whatever, guess what? They can do that right now. Go do it. Start co-ops. Tell people to start co-ops.
Come on, why are you hitting me with such lowbrow takes?
It's not a lowbrow take. If people want to start co-ops or whatever, do you want to give me more interest? You want to say like you want to ban private capital? Is that like your take, or?
No, I think it's like unfeasible, but I think there's like ways we should go about
you do want to just spread co-ops?
No, so we need to incentivize, and I need policy prescriptions that get co-ops to actually become
sure,
a more
if people want to try
prominent
preferential loan, I don't think a co-op is an inherently better way, but if people want to give preferential loans to co-ops for a while to see if they work better, then sure, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I think didn't I say that literally this sometime?
Why don't you think that co-ops are like inherently superior based on
because I think there's weird issues with co-ops. Like if I want to join a job or leave a job, I don't know if I necessarily want to be bought into the fucking company to do it. The idea that everybody needs the necessary capital to buy into a job in order to buy a share of the company to start working there is weird. Firing people gets really fucking weird. Like starting new businesses and finding employees is weird because I don't get to own any business anymore. Like I don't know, there's just a lot of weird things about that I don't think have good, intuitively good solutions.
It's also like there's also a small part of the market that runs on co-ops. And of that small part of the market, there's a few employers that employ majority of the people that work for co-ops. So it's silly to prescribe that our nation is ready to like convert to some co-op. Like utopia.
Well, I mean,
So-
first things first, you need to understand that 10% of the American economy already exists as cooperatively ran. So there's that.
You know, Destiny is not here anymore. Right?
I know. I'm talking to I'm talking to Gambit now. Yeah, I'll still
Okay.
respond. I'm not an asshole. Well, maybe I am an asshole, but
Nice
like,
to meet you guys.
wait,
Anyway,
first off-
Bye, Fawn. Thank you so much.
Hi,
you later.
Sean.
not fun.
No, wait.
wow.
To be clear, Dylan,
Nice to meet you.
I'm probably more knowledgeable of the facts around co-ops than you are, and that's exactly what I said. Co-ops are a small percentage, and they're also in a small amount of markets. So most markets don't have cooperatives. There's things like farming and a bunch of other things where cooperatives seem to be bigger, and that's because of the task that's at hand.
So are we
Of
talking
those
about any and all cooperatives, or are we talking about like just worker cooperatives here?
Wait, what do you mean?
Are we talking?
Yeah. I'll read the donations. Yeah, for sure. It's missing from search. That's not good. I think it's because I disconnected. I'm getting my That's weird. Yeah, I can give some thoughts. Should I disconnect and reconnect again? Oh, shadow ban? Okay, should I stop the stream and restart it or what? Affiliate now, I think. I can't stop disconnecting. I need a Ethernet cable, I think. Let me see if I can apply for affiliate right now. Yeah, it's not. I think tomorrow I'll be able to. Destiny got banned just now. I don't believe that shit. You liar. The people want to sub. Yeah, I know. It would be nice. It would be nice. Get that screen. Oh, yeah, shit. Whoops. How do I get rid of it? I literally don't know how to get rid of it. Okay. Well, hopefully I didn't fucking dox myself somehow. Click the eye. Yeah. I see the eye. I should have done that. I'll do that now. Not that eye. Okay. My panel audio was noticeably worse. You mean my audio of me talking or their audio? Debate review with Destiny? I mean, if he invites me, I don't want to keep inviting. Actually, you know what? I mean, if he invited me, I would go. That's for sure. But you know, I'm fucking exhausted. I've been doing this shit like every day. I don't know how he does this. Their audio, yeah, I don't know if that's my fault or what, but it sounded I think their mics were not great. Okay. My thoughts on the panel. I mean, I guess I said what my thoughts are at the end, just that it seems like it's hard for people when a explosively hang on a second. I'm gonna turn this light off. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's better. This shit's hot. Take off my clothes. Yeah. It seems like with these super emotional topics, people, I feel like there's not really a good way to address them without being emotionally vulnerable. And I feel like a lot of the people in the panel don't want to do that or like can't do that. And I feel like that's why especially pedophilia and other hot button issues become like very hard to talk about, because people switch to emotional arguments, but they don't want to make the emotional arguments. So they start rationalizing them. And it's not, it doesn't go anywhere. It just goes in circles. Yeah, they turn off their brains. The race issue was kind of easier for me because I made a video called the Black Lives Matter narrative, where I just talked about like, I just read a ton about police shootings in the U.S. and policing and racism, and like interviewed people, and I spent like 2 months compiling all my thoughts about this exact topic. So that was a little easier for me to speak freely on, or I guess sort of like, not freely, but I had a ton of pre-compiled thoughts and ideas to pull from. I was interrupting a lot in the beginning. Yeah, I felt like I had to establish my, I don't know, I was interrupting a lot, but then I was waiting a lot. I felt like, seems like Destiny just interrupts whenever he wants and everybody becomes quiet. And I want that. I'll have what he's having. So, yeah. I have a question on the first topic. Crossing the street when seeing a black person being racist and it being harmful to the black person. What if you just don't go outside because you might run into black people? Sure, it's still racist, but does that hurt the black person? I think it's an assumption to say that it hurts a black person if they see you cross the street. We don't know if that's actually the case or how they're actually going to feel. That's just like a guess that most people don't want to feel like that. Whereas if you just stay home and nobody knows you stayed home, I guess if you talk about it and tell people about it, then yeah. But no, I don't think it's like the same social message that you're sending them, because really you're telling them you're scary and I'm scared of you. And even if they say, well, oh, maybe he just lives on that side of the street or he's going to his car or whatever, like, you know, it's time after time, I think it begins to have meaning. Why didn't I express my feelings about people switching to emotional rationalizing without admitting it when on the panel? I don't know. It didn't occur to me. I think that when I shift the paradigm of a conversation or debate, people think I'm making a power play. So even if I had thought of that, I would have considered it. But I think if I had done it, it would have come off like, what? Oh, now Mr. Girl's going on one of his things. He doesn't want to debate. He just wants to talk about feelings. Like he's just trying to pull us into an arena where he's more comfortable and we're uncomfortable, and then destroys the argument. But on another hand, I feel like the hypothetical was set up to cause a intellectual and emotional car crash. So I don't know. I just don't think that would have been good to do. It's very weird how Pisco acted like it was a bad thing that you saw counter to your opinion, so you adjusted it. Yeah, I think he wasn't trying. He obviously wasn't trying to get me to admit that I changed my mind, because I did. It seemed like he was trying to impart a moral stance or criticism of me, that he wanted me to say that it's bad that I changed my mind. And I think this is a little bit what I was just talking about, where in a debate, it is bad to suddenly shift your stance. Technically, like if you're looking at it like on the blood sports level, and I am kind of acting in protest of that, of being like, oh yeah, no, I was asked a different question, I saw a different point, and I changed my mind. I think that Pisco probably relies more on strict rules and strict ideas about winning and losing and doing good and doing bad. So I like the debate panel format. I didn't like how many people there were. I felt like, especially like I didn't think that Prime was moderating too much. It seemed like he was sitting back for a lot of it. And if you're gonna have people, like if I feel like I have to interrupt people to fight for air and like talk over people, I would rather he just tell me to shut up. So the few times he did, I appreciated that. But yeah, I didn't understand like the social rules of like, am I being an asshole? Am I supposed to be an asshole? I feel like that should have been outlined a little better. And there's just too many people. Even in 3.5 hours, what's that? 210 minutes. And then there's 9 of us. So we each get like 20 minutes to talk. It's not like for these topics, that's not very much. Destiny speaks way faster than me, so they don't mind when he jump. Yeah. My jump ins are long. Yeah. I can see why people don't like that. Anybody else have Mr. Girl Returns not showing their followed list? Yeah, for some reason I'm not showing. I don't know why. They said I'm shadow banned. I feel like it's just a bug though. Yeah, I think it's just a bug. Thoughts on incest? Somebody asks me this every single time. My thoughts on incest are that it's very likely that there's a power imbalance making it immoral, even if you're both adults. If one's a parent and one's a child, it says weird things about your past relationship with the child if you are essentially grooming them to have sex with you. And siblings, unless they're twins, I think there's still, even if they are twins, there's probably one that has more power than I just think it's probably immoral on some level, unless it's like cousins or something. The racist part of the interaction is on the black person's perception. Yeah. I mean, if I call somebody the N-word, but they think I just said, like, how are you? I was racist, but the racist interaction hasn't quite, like, happened because they didn't receive the message. And if I say, how are you? And they hear the N-word, they can have all the same effect of that, even without me meaning it. I just think they're two separate experiences. Which I think is important to think about when you're thinking about racism and how it plays out in real world interactions, that the two people are having different experiences. Pisco is in law school. Yeah, that makes sense based on how he's like kind of judging. Because if you can't say anything I just said in court, obviously, it has to be purely logical, and the jury is instructed to ignore their emotions and go purely based on logic, because we know they're not going to ignore their emotions. They have to prioritize logic. So I get why that's his kind of frame of thinking. Hope I didn't burn things with Prime. He seemed genuinely annoyed. Yeah, he did seem annoyed. I don't know. I think that may depend on my following. I don't think he's like strictly focused on numbers and clout and money, but I think we're all pretty cognizant of like audience. So if I get huge, I think I'll get invited back. Let's say this, if my following shrinks to basically nothing, I probably won't get invited back. Oh, I've done the Prime panel. It's over. Okay, that's just how it is. I see. Please keep discussions with 1 or 2 people at a time. Oh, at the time. This panel talked me into autism gender. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. I think how many people are going to be on the panel is a good question to ask in the future. Before I don't regret it, but it's not the kind of content I really want to make, because I want intimacy and honest conversations rather than me complaining that there is no intimacy and no honest conversation. The 3K, yeah, my channel is growing. The 3K a month is going to be a very modest goal. If every day was like yesterday and the day before, I would be making my 3K a month. So if this is a peak, then I've got a while to go. If this is a new normal, then as soon as it feels like it's flattened out, I'm putting in my 2 weeks, and I'll look forward to being able to make stuff full time. He said I was a huge pain in the ass. Prime loved you. I don't know. I don't know how he felt. A little hard to read. People have been banned on Twitch for less. Oh, than the jokes I made in my second opening. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I felt like, well, yeah, I guess we'll see. Am I making good progress on my next new YouTube video? I'm making slow progress. I'm a bit overworked. Once I get subs, I'll be balling. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the baby jokes. Okay. I will be careful. I'm not going to say in a video game after something particularly edgy. If something's against TOS, then I won't say it. I'm not aware of anything I'm saying being against TOS. If it is, then you know, I'll live and learn. I will never say in Minecraft or in a video game. I don't want to pull my punches. Yeah, I saw Destiny's video about Prime. I thought that was pretty cool of him. No, I'm not going to say in a video game to save myself. Stardust, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. They don't understand the emotions. All right. Everybody. Stardust is like your guys' aunt. And when you're done hanging out with me, you get sent over. Goodbye, horses. Thank you for coming. Thanks for the support. Alright, wait, why is Cum Gremlin saying wait, you're a mod? Why do you want me to wait? What? Okay, well, I'm not gonna wait. Oh, the donos? Oh, yeah. I gotta read them. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. Yeah. I forgot about the donos. Which I shouldn't do if I'm not gonna have anything pop up. Okay. 11 donations today. This isn't showing up on my fucking screen, right? Okay. Let's take a look here. See what we got. Fucking shit. Okay, I literally don't know how to find them. Okay. Here we go. 4 hours ago. Bravosky, you are very well spoken and likable. Thank you. That's here for Bussy. I appreciate it. Hoki Saloom donated $10 as well. Appreciate you. Please discuss more about self-consent. Hadn't heard this term before you mentioned it to Destiny. Seems like an important topic to describe to people who haven't heard of self-consent. Wait, somebody help him? Oh, yeah, I got it. You meant find the donos. I got it. Okay. EC donated $10. Thank you for the entertaining and thought-provoking work. Upload panel on main channel. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm going to upload it on my second channel. I think I'm going to upload my stream from yesterday on mrgirl and upload this on mrgirl Returns, which is a different YouTube channel. Staring at my wall donated $5. Thank you. Chris Pryor donated $5. You're a breath of fresh air, mrgirl. Never stop what you're doing. I will do my best, and I appreciate that. FCO CPA donated $10. You make me smile. Good luck with streaming. Why, thank you. Captain Gwendolyn donated $5. You're amazing at debate. I'm quite surprised given your aversion to conflict-esque conversations. Yeah, it's not a personal aversion. I'm fine with fighting, and I think I'm okay at it. I just don't think it's that productive, and it's not the kind of content I'm really trying to make. But like, I try to be like Yoda. Like Yoda will kick your ass if you make him, but that's not what he wants to do. War not make one great. Wars not make one great. Yoda doesn't want that. Light Man donated $10. Thank you. Scrambly. Hey, Scrambly. Thank you. Scrambly's already a supporter, so I appreciate that. Donated $3. Sup. Well done. Sup to you as well. Good to see you. The Dude Hole donated $10. Smooches consentingly. Okay. Well, I didn't consent, but I get what you're saying. Voptimus Prime has followed. Thank you. Fire Eating Ninja donated $5. Good job today. Excited to see that sub button. Sorry the panels are terrible to deal with. GLHF. What is that? Oh, good luck. Have fun. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Now, thank you for the money. I appreciate it. It's new to me to actually be making money from content. It's kind of crazy. See you guys later. Thank you. Goodbye, horses. Be good to Stardust.